Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, July the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, guys, William and Starkey, in our main room. And Pepe. Thanks very much, Pepe. So good to go, both rooms. You guys can hear me and see my screen. So what is happening this morning? Market is popping just a little bit. I think there was some economic data that came out at 8:30. But NXTC, big move. Look at that, 313% up now. Any news on this one? Trading higher after the company announced a merger with Avere Therapeutics. Avere Therapeutics. Now, is that a public company? Yes, no, it's Avenue, sorry. Doesn't look like this was a public company. I see Travere Therapeutics. I do not see Avere Therapeutics. So I guess it's a private company. Okay. Low float, 3.4 million in the float. Look at the volume, 52 million already. This one, this UBXG, now this is one I cannot remember if I can trade that at Interactive Brokers. I think this might be one of those off-limit ones. Maybe Monica. Joaquim, good morning. You sound like you look like you're new. Welcome. And Ozzy, good morning to you too. And Harry, etc. We can, thank you, Monica. So we can trade this UBXG at Interactive Brokers. A little hand wave from NCM in our YouTube room. An IDC Blue, some new people, good to see. Cher, I know you're older, but good morning also. SHPH, Shuttle Pharmaceuticals. Okay, haven't seen that one for a while. I don't always say that, but these are all like, for me, these are all sort of, some of them are sort of blasts from the past. So you used to see them all the time, and then all of a sudden, for several years, they go dormant, and all of a sudden, boom. So SHPH, now this has room. You look at the daily chart, 615 is the next high looking left, so it certainly has room. And Deep Blue, boy, we're getting a lot of, seemingly we have a lot of new people coming in. That's great. Don't see any news on this one, on the SHPH. Do not see any news. Sitting on the VWAP. IBM, oh man, IBM, not an earnings play. Oh man, this is, well, is it an earnings play? July 22nd I have here. Preliminary sales miss, preliminary. Oh, that is a big thumping. I don't have, no, I'm sorry, I cannot do that, Cher. I can give you individuals. You can have this, you can have this, you can have this, but I do not have a layout. When I say this, you can have these two. The pre-market act is up and down. You can have this, start of the race. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. You're going to have this one. These are all on my homepage. You can kind of pick and choose what you want. Wow, that is a big, big move for IBM to be down 22% with $1 billion in the float. Worst miss in 40 years, Harry. Dr. Farm in our YouTube room. The reason I do that, Cher, is not everybody wants everything, okay? So you really should have an idea about what you might like. So when you go to my homepage, that's why I organize it. I'll keep going on this, but that's why I organize it that way. So you can kind of pick and choose what you might like. Well, you can always, all you have to do is click on new and then click on chart window and then start duplicating. Duplicate the chart, change your time frames. You might. Other reason why I don't want to, because I'll bet you in this room there might be 3 of us that are using bar charts. Most people use candlestick charts, so that's another reason. But again, if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section, custom scans, and here they are, okay? But most people do not use bar charts. Well, wow, that's a big wow today, guys, on IBM. I'm surprised. Well, let's see what happens with the SMH. SMH, actually, obviously, IBM is not part of the semis. So how about XLK? No. Interesting. Well, where is IBM having an effect? What sector? Okay. What is the ETF for IBM, guys? Somebody you find that for me, please? Either on the short side or, well, on the long side. I don't mind shorting. I don't mind shorting the other one, but I don't mind shorting the long side. But if there's a short IBM, there's got to be. Have to put that one on my. I got to thumbnail that. So software, okay. Well, I don't know what is a software ETF. IBX is a 2 times long. Thank you, Sandy. See what sort of volume there is. Should be a lot. Yeah. So IBX is a 2 times long. So if you thought IBM was eventually, I mean, it looks like it's trying to find the bottom, was going to rally a little bit, you could buy that one. A lot of volume. Spread isn't great. Oh, thank you. Okay, both of you, Tarun and Marvin, IGV. That's one I am not familiar with. I am not familiar with this at all. Interesting. IGF is a software ETF. Pretty good volume. Wasn't IBM one of those that your government was going to be buying or investing in? Your government. Well, I could have sworn, your White House come out with saying we're going to, and something with IBM. I thought maybe not an investment or a. Anyway. This one was pretty active yesterday, guys, the VMAR, but it did not trade very well. Not trading very well. It got up to 206 and it closed down here at 138. So it did not hold its gains. Critical metals, CRML. This is moving a little bit, up 5%. Cantor Fitzgerald initiated coverage with a spec buy and a target of 18. Okay, well, that's $10 more than this. This meaning the current price. This has been pretty active, guys. It's a MAT, AMA. Sorry, well, this is AMA. This is we're not very much volume yet, though. This is a 2-time long for a MAT, the stock, AMAT. So a MAT, the stock, is up over 6%. Let's see if there's a reason AI memory chip stocks recover after Asian giants SK Hynix, Samsung rebound. Okay, I guess. Do I work for Trade Ideas? I'm contracted by. How's that? I mean, I technically I'm not an employee. That's a question I was asked in our YouTube room. Technically, I'm not an employee, but I'm contracted by them to do this. I've been doing this since I've been doing since 2015. So technically, I'm not an employee, but I've been contracted by them to do this for over 10 years now. So can't get over this IBM news. Wow. Well, I'm going to have to take a look at this. I want to see where there's a bounce area potentially. I mean, the next low looking left on a monthly chart is way down there, 213. So that's not going to help. And on a weekly chart, I guess there might be one 216 still has room on it, even on a weekly chart to keep moving down before it hits the next low on a weekly chart. My guess, if I had to guess, we're looking like we're putting a nice little base here, and we're at the VWAP. Could have a bit of a rally, That's why I've got my, and how much is that IDX? Yeah, so $17. And you can see IBX is looking just like IBM. Understand what this means. It's a 2 times. So if IBM, the stock, actually moves up 1%, this will move up 2%. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys, ahead of the 9:30 open. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, click on Dock Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the Show More so I can see all the channels, and then click on Sector Status. And let's take a look at what's happening. So, well, obviously IBM is not part of the semis. Okay, obviously. So SMH is ripping here, and so is silver is up. So SMH is the top sector, the semis top sector. And probably, I was going to say, XLC communications, interesting. Communications, not getting clobbered or anything, but these are the weak sectors. These are the ones that are below the close of yesterday. Nothing dramatic. Now, looking at some of the individual sectors, a big move here for this ALLE up 4.2%. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. What's the worst one? Ah, look at that. Payc down, down 4.2%. So 70% of the stocks that make up XLI, the industrials are up, but there are some down, and Payc is getting thumped here. So you can see what you can do ahead of the market, the 9:30 open. You can kind of find the top stock and the worst performing stock in a sector ahead of the market open. And if you see something that's just, look at technology. I mean, technology is TER, CLAC, but there are some down, and let's see what the worst ones are. And well, obviously, yep, obviously IBM, ACN also is down. Accenture. So HCBC downgrades ABM to reduce as synthetic IBM offers better value. I'm not sure what that means, but so anyway, guys, I'm going to look at this at around 10 o'clock also, maybe a little after 10 to see what has changed. BMNR from Obi, BMNR. Haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, this was a crazy one back here. And yes, it actually did hit $161. I remember this month, guys. This is back last year. Wow, it's a year ago already, July of last year. And then it did nothing for months. Now, I have a hard time believing that there's 565 million in the float. Well, especially when it did this. I don't know. I can't, that's a year ago. I can't remember what the float was, but it's hard for me to believe there'd be that many in the float. All right, what stocks won some races I haven't talked about? This was a very active one last week, SUNE. Yeah, had a big week last week. 10% up. Let's see what any news on this one. Don't see any news on it. A little bit of news yesterday, a filing, a 13G filing. But like a lot of stocks that pop in the pre-market, they pop, got up to 434, and then they've sort of fallen underneath the VWAP. Okay, thank you for that, Harry. HSBC says a basket of 4 companies to mimic IBM's business can deliver greater earnings than IBM. All right. Clean Spark. It could be interesting. Little pop, little drop, but over the VWAP right now. Okay, over the VWAP. Wainwright, which is here's Clear Street, target of 22, a buy and a target of 22. Wainwright, which is really usually an aggressive, only a 22, buy and a target of 22 also. And there was some news trading higher after the company announced and entered into a $6.6 billion 20-year lease with a global, we cannot name it, but a global technology company. The unnamed global technology company. This has got room also. I mean, we're at 1476 right now. Yeah, 1476 right now. And the next time the daily chart is almost 17. So there is certainly room. Wait a minute. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. 1508. 1508 is the next high looking left. So if it can somehow clear that, then the next high in the daily chart is up here, almost $2 above. So that would probably be an interesting level if it can get over 15 for CLSK. All right. So Goldman Sachs. Yeah, Goldman Sachs had earnings. And so I'm going to assume this is a beat raise. A beat raise, William. That's a big move, 4%, 293 million in the float, over $1,000. Massive beat. Okay. How about JP Morgan? Interesting. Well, okay, guys. There's boy, the CLSK already took out 15. Oh, it's 9:30. Wasn't nobody told me. Okay, guys, let's have a great start to this trading day. Okay. That snuck up on me. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. I might make an exception on the daily trend reversals if I see something I really like, especially if it's a company ETF. Wow. I mean, look at that pop. I mean, that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, CLSK got over that 15 and then almost a dollar drop instantly. Well, IBM is continuing to move down, and I'm going to take a look at this IBX. So there's a little move down for the two-time. A lot of shares available to short. Well, not a lot. Actually, not that many, and they just got snapped up. I wish I could have shown you that. When I looked just 5 seconds ago, it was 112,000 shares available. Now there are 81,000 shares available to short this IBX. This is from Interactive Brokers. Wow, I should have shorted it. This is just getting to start off with anyway. This is just getting clobbered here. I mean, it was already down. It's going to be. Remember now, the stock IBM is down almost 25%. Fuel cell guys. So last week finally was a bit of a trade-off or a sell-off last week after a nice 3-week run, and before that a multi-week run. But now let's see, 15%. There was the close of yesterday. Is down here. However, the next high looking left for fuel cell FCEL 2271. Well, it's sort of far enough away, but it's early. This is actually an earnings play, guys. It's a Vision Marine VMAR. This is an earnings play. VMAR. Look at the volume. 47 million. That's 27,000 times normal up to this time of day, as in 9:34 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah, just talked about it, Obi. Yeah, just was talking about this fuel cell. So it's over that. So the next high looking left is 2271. Too early for me though to do anything. All right, now this is an Adobe. This is Adobe. Okay, really? Look how cheap this is. This is a two-time Adobe long. Okay, now it's dropping. I'd like to. So Adobe, the stock. I mean, I guess obviously being hit hard, along with well, IBM is dragging these down. So Adobe, the stock is down 5%. V guys, V triple E from yesterday. It's still below yesterday's close. The close was about 25. What a day it had. We got up to 36, closed at 25. I'm going to put a price alert at 25, 24.68, which is, I think that's about the close of yesterday. See if it takes that out. Really low float, crazy low float. So Rocket Lab, this is the two-time ETF for Rocket Lab, RKLB. What's the volume like? Pretty good. Okay, now Tandem showed up in my daily trend reversal, okay, as a potential short, Tandem TNDM, and the next low looking left on the weekly chart, 1480, so it's kind of right there. If it can take out 1480, 1395, so about $1 underneath, that'd be about the same. Actually, that's not correct. 1440 would be the next low on a daily chart. Maybe not enough room. Well, man, I did not take this RKLX. Too bad. The alert was at the alert was at 2675. With these company ETFs, I'm looking for something a little more established, like a Meta, like a Tesla. Oh man, that was the one. I backed off it just because I know what is RKLD, RKLB. Any news on this? Shares of space related companies are trading lower, but this is now, I don't know what, okay, trading after critical neutron engine test. So Rocket Lab stock climbs nearly 3% in the pre-market, but it's now at 5.5%. Okay, so that they do have some news specifically for themselves. I wish I'd seen that. Had I seen that, I might have been more inclined to take this RKLX. Yeah, V is halted. It got halted at 9:35 plus 55 seconds. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:40 plus 55 seconds. Looks like it's going to be a positive open. So this blue screen, blue window I'm showing you here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the stock, halt price at 2088, potential open. This is what this column is trying to show you. Man, well, I talked myself out of taking that one, and I guess I shouldn't have. The RKLX. Well, you know what is rebounding though, guys, is SPCX. So it got relatively close to the 135 yesterday, but it is trying to rebound off that. What did it get down to? Actually, it got down to 136.78. Why is 135 important? That was the IPO price. So V opened, V as in V, triple E opened. Wow, this actually worked. This would have worked very well. This was this earnings play I was just talking about. I mentioned it right around here, around the 180 mark, $2 now, and approaching the 222, which is the VWAP. Nice halt for the UBXG. Nice in that it looks like it's going to rip on the open when it comes out of the halt. So there's the halt, 936. There's the price for UBXG. Column trying to show you where it could open. You mentioned this one, William. I think that was you, right? GLHL. So it's gone positive now. It's gone positive. This was a crazy one last week or a couple of weeks ago. A few weeks ago, got up to $57 and 42. Last week it got up to 18. Not a good spread though. Not a good spread for that JLHL. Goes from 20 to 30 cents. All right, so fuel cell is trying to hold 22, but the next high is not that far away on the daily chart. What did it get to? Got right, I probably right into it. The high is 22.89, and that high right there, I think it was 22.70, right? 22.71. So got into that high, stalled it for a while anyway. Wow. Sometimes these cheap little earnings plays can really surprise you. That was a tremendous percentage move. Now, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The reason I would even The wonder about it is that it's coming right into the VWAP. Okay. Wow. So UBXG came out of the halt, and what was it? It was supposed to be around 10. Now it's halted again. 9 something, right? That was the that column. Well, exploded through that, and now it's halted again. And now your potential open is in the 1175 level. Which feature are you talking about? Okay, you're not talking about this. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so what feature are you talking about when a stock gets halted and all? No, that's time and that's not anything to do with trade ideas. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not read. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. You said Interactive Brokers. Never mind. Yeah. So you're talking this. Well, I mean, I can't understand why all brokers don't have something like this. I mean, this is just time and sales. Okay. All brokers have time and sales. I don't know why they wouldn't just show the halt price. Well, there's a part of me that says maybe I should go long this one, this ADBG. This is a two-time this is a two-time long for Adobe. You know, it's over the VWAP. And it's over the VWAP. It's still down. I mean, this is down. So Adobe, the stock is recovering somewhat. Okay, I'm watching IBX. IBX probably, if it keeps trying to recover a little bit, it's doing the same sort of thing as the as that other one I just mentioned into the VWAP. It's a great bounce. I mean, off the bottom, 1524, up to 1650. All right. Well, I decided to take some of this ADVG, just a little spec, and see if it has a little bit of a run. I'm not expecting much. I have a very tight stop on it. Wow, there's the VEEE now, which I think I put the price alert at the close of yesterday, so it's almost there, almost there. It's not through the VWAP. Yeah, it is doing its thing again, isn't it? S dot. Yes, that's true. That is a true price, 106 2 weeks ago for S dot. These are so wild, guys. I mean, this JLHL, the spread was not great. It may not matter if it goes up $2 or $3, of course, but okay, this one could be really interesting. Okay, the CCXI. This is a daily reversal play. Okay, it's there's the high right there, 1540. It's right there. That's why it got triggered. And this is another one of those. I don't have float information on it. Let me see if I can get some float information on it. Yeah, 41 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, not high. Nah, you know what? Look at the spread though. It just widened 29.40. Yeah, so I don't like that spread. And look what happened. I'm very glad I did not. The minute the spread does something like that, it was a nickel, and then all of a sudden it went 20, 25 cents. I'm just going to forget about it. BRAI, guys, this is a total reversal from yesterday. Now it's sold off yesterday too. I mean, this was pretty bad. 11:54, and it closed down here at 6:42, continuing down right now, showing up on the trend reversal as a potential short. Spread is not great. Today, today my goal was on that trend reversal scan that I got is not to discount some of these cheap ones on the short. This one from yesterday would have been absolutely awesome, Dawson. Look at this. Look at this. We had the opportunity to short this up in this area, and it just was all day down, all day, closed down here at 439 from 748. And that showed up in the daily trend reversal, and I just sort of discounted it. Do I have data in IB for LGHL? So data as in, yes. Oh, charts. I have one chart up. You're right. I do not have a chart. Do not have a chart, but I do have order entry. I do see this. There's time and sales, so it is tradable. Well, in theory, it's tradable. But you're right. I do not see a chart. I have one interactive brokers chart up on my other monitor. I do not see. I don't see any chart information. No data beyond 714. Well, yeah, I don't understand. We certainly have a chart for it. The order entry, it looks like you can trade it. It doesn't mean you can't trade it though, Monica. I don't think. I mean, it's loading into my order entry, so I don't see why I couldn't trade it unless it's one of those ones that are going to block you anyway. Well, you're not using our charts then, because you can see right there. Here's the chart for it, and it is ripping. Oh man, and I'm seeing it here too. Wow. On the daily trend reversal, I sort of, well, I don't even know. I probably heard the alert, LGHL at 310. My goodness. And now it's at 458. You really need a 15 and 30-second chart. Well, you are a scalper. Well, the ADBG is inching up for me. Nothing incredible, but it is inching up for me, ADBG. All right, guys, it is now 10 o'clock, and I'm going to go over my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now, I don't know if the gentleman changed my homepage. He's got to change my homepage to reflect the promo codes. They're no longer available. So let me, the old ones, the July 4th ones. So let me see if he's made the change. If not, I'm going to have to give you what the promo code is. Yeah, so this is not good anymore, guys. These promo codes. I asked him yesterday to change it. I wonder why he didn't do it. Just give me a moment. I have to ping him again. Just give me one moment, guys. I'm actually trying to get the CCXI. The spread tightened a bit, and I think, but they're not filling me where I want. That's what I'm waiting on. Not filling me where I wanted. Okay, well, I just forget about it then. So, guys, these promo codes are not valid. Okay, if you want to take out a subscription, the promo code is Barry15. Okay, Barry15. That's for everything. If you take out an annual for our premium service or a standard service, you can get 15% off 1.5, or you can get 15% off the first month only for either of those two, the standard or premium. So these codes are not valid anymore. So it's Barry15 to use. And all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my code. If helps to keep these rooms free, I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room right here, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering what this room is all about, it is free also. Some perks though, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't do it. Obi does it in this room. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. Why don't I? I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. So thank you, Obi, for doing that every day. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this trading room right here, open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic, both rooms, sometime between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is right here. It is free. Education. So if you are taking out a subscription right now or thinking about it, this is what I would do. So scroll down, or first of all, click on my homepage link, scroll down till you see the, give me a moment. Where are you? Education section. Sorry, the education section right here. Click on the more info. And there is here, getting started with trade ideas. So 12 short videos to get you started, okay? And if you don't have trade ideas, start off with that second one. Should give you an idea about what the program is capable of, and that should help to make up your mind if you'd like to try us for at least a week. Okay, you can always cancel if you don't like it. Back to basics. This is for you if you're new to trading. 15 videos, free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. So here's the large cap races over here. This is a volatile race right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. You hear me talk about my daily trend reversals. It's on one of my other monitors. And these I do not have open. Okay, right now. Might open the gap scan in a couple of weeks when we get heavily into earnings season. But these are other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at. If you have any questions about the scans or trade ideas, both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. Not yet. Not yet. I did. Yeah, there's nothing with the AI yet. It's 10:06 now. The earliest alert you'll get will be 9:40. Okay, doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:40, but I will ping the guys and just make sure there's nothing going on. Again, you don't necessarily get an alert at 9:40, but that is the earliest you will get an alert. Oh my gosh, LGHL, what a from the reversal scan. Oh man, 310, $5 now. Wow, UBXG got halted on the way down. It was a nice move to 12, but right back down to 7. So that's why. Okay, thank you, Obi. So that was a reverse split today, I guess. LGHL was a reverse split today. Line announces plans to implement ADS ratio change. That was on the 10th. So that was, let's see what it actually says. Oh, what? Are they kidding? A ratio of 1 to 292,500? No. And it was effective today. Oh, 1 for 9. Okay, it's a 1 for 9. Okay, it's a 1 for 9 reverse split. Well, I'm sorry, Obi. I see you do have I saw that you did have the ratio there. So it's a 1 for 9 reverse split effective today. Well, I'm glad I didn't get it. I was trying to get the CCXI at 1540 and they wouldn't fill me. So now I'm glad I didn't get it. The spread had tightened up a bit. And I thought, you know what, maybe it'll challenge that 17 level. But all right, so there you go. There's our first AI alert. Okay. Now, if you're new to the AI, okay, in my opinion, this is how you should be watching it. Okay, with this particular, and also with this particular screen, and also uncheck. It more than likely it'll say a profitable trades is checked. In which case you won't even see that one. Uncheck it. Okay. Now, if you don't know how to get that screen, let me know. Okay. Anybody who's new. Here's another one from my reversal scan. I've been sort of backing off the cheaper ones, but boy, look at this one. The alert was at 178, $1.78, 229 now. Yes, give me a moment. Click on new and the premium AI strategy trades window. Yes, that one right there, the premium AI strategy trades window. Yes. And when you do that, unfortunately, the default still is to have profitable trades checked. You will see that one now, but now you see how it disappeared. Okay, uncheck that. Okay, uncheck it. I want to see the trades all day long, regardless of where they are. The other thing too is that you have a reentry price, a potential reentry price. So what could happen is that there was the alert price at 647, the stop is 628. If it goes down and hits that stop and then gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop, say that's about 20 cents. So if it got back to say 638, you would get a reentry price in this right there. Hopefully I haven't confused you, but and so if you had that still profitable check, you would not see the reentry price because the reentry price is below the original alert price. So the system looks at that is going, well, it's not profitable. Stupid. I'll just say it flat out. You know, it's one of the really nice features of the AI. Some people just wait for reentries. I'm not saying that's what you or anybody else should do, but some people just wait for reentries. Okay, so you have to make sure you cannot have trade ideas running overnight. Okay, trade ideas must be closed down every evening. Okay, and then open it in the morning. Obviously, open it in the morning. Do not keep it running overnight. That's what can happen. You're still stuck on yesterday. Okay, so what you might have to do, I'm not sure if this will work, but if you go to account and then do a reset a couple of times, reset the account a couple of times, it may give you the alert today. Yeah. So everybody, please listen. Do not keep trade ideas running overnight. If you do, especially if you have the AI, you can run into some data issues because there's a routine that happens overnight, especially with the AI. Okay. Do not keep trade ideas running overnight. Shut it down. Now, meanwhile, what is this TOI? So it's not an all-time high. I'd have to scroll back on my monthly chart just to see where a high would be. So that high happened in September 2022, so about 4 years ago. Do we think something that happened 4 years ago was gonna block it? Maybe not. All right, let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. It's now 10:15, so the last time I looked at them, it was about 9:20, so about an hour ago. Let's take a look at the sectors. I'm gonna click on New from the toolbar, Dock Channel Bar. All these are theme-based channels. I'm gonna click on the Show More and click on the sector status. See if there's any major changes. Probably not. Actually, yes. Remember, SMH was up about, I want to say 5% or 6 or 4% in the pre-market. So it is starting to fall. You can see what happened here. So Silver is the top sector right now in terms of what percentage move from yesterday's close at silver, and the worst one is healthcare, XLV. So at a glance, you can see what's happening with some of the major sectors. Here is where you can dive into some of these sectors and check out to see what the top stock is, what the worst stock is. So here's Tesla, consumer discretionary. Tesla is the top stock here. 84% of them are down, though. Let's take a look. I mean, it's top. It's not up by much. What's the worst one? Yum. And isn't this Bed Bath and Bath and Body Works? So you can see, again, 79% of the stocks are down in consumer staples. Couple up, Walmart. What's the worst one? This BF.B. Hershey, I guess, HSY. That's Hershey, right? Yes. So again, you can just kind of check to see what the top stock is in a sector and what's the worst stock. Carvana in retail is the best. Boots getting it. The boot. I did not say DKS, eBay. So some of the retail stocks are getting hit. So that's a way in which some of you might look at this and go, "Well, that's how I'm going to use trade ideas." And I'm just going to come into the sector and find the top stock, the worst stock, maybe pick a couple of sectors and maybe try to find a way to trade those. You are right, Tapro Jam. You are right. The Ripster channel is no longer here. I'm wondering why. Got to be a reason. Okay, I will. Now, I don't use the Ripster channel. I just like to have that video to explain what the trade wave is all about. But so I don't know. I don't know what happened. I just ping somebody to see if it was removed on purpose or just some kind of an accident. Sober from yesterday, guys. This was a wild one yesterday. They're basically not going to do what they're doing now with that device, merging with some other company. Teaches a few bits on day trading. Well, using the relative volume filter is probably one of the key things. If you're going to day trade, you want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. I mean, that's the main goal, finding stocks that are trading abnormally. Abnormally meaning, for me, it's volume. Is the volume abnormal? And then after that, I mean, there's all sorts of ways. I mean, you can wait for pullbacks to certain areas, maybe the VWAP or a moving average. I tend to like stocks near the high of the day. I'm always looking left on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart to see whether or not if a stock is near the high of today, where could it keep moving to before it hits that next high. But I think the main thing is, though, you want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And the number one filter is a relative volume filter. I mean, look at the LEDs, okay? LEDs trading 1,000 times normal. Well, that is going to be, it's very difficult for me to tell you, an entry, exit, and stop. I mean, you have to have, some people will put stops. I mean, if they find something they like because it's got some room to keep moving, some might put the stop at the low of the previous 5 minute candle. That's not what I do, but I mean, you can try that. Um, I tend to look at a chart and try to size up where I think there might be some support. And if it broke down through that support area, but my idea of what I see on support might be completely different from others. That's the problem. Okay. Best thing to do is to practice. Use our simulator and kind of practice. And as far as an exit go, well, the exit is for me obvious. If it hits my stop, I'm gone. Now, where to take profit and all, I tend to use the wave to help me stay in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. I just keep following the wave up, up, up until it transitions from blue to orange. Probably going to drive me nuts, this CCXI. It's probably going to end up close to 17. I just could not get it. Well, what you're seeing here, these are my. So what you saw on my homepage, those are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So it depends on your trading style, but I mean, these are scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. I don't know what your trading experience is. Weeb, I don't know what your trading experience is, but here are some of the scans that I'm currently sharing. Now, these are races. This is a large cap race, and then this is a volatile race. These are two races, but these are scans, real-time alert scanning, as is this one, the daily trend reversals. But it all depends on your trading style too. But you can take a look at any one of these, and it depends on your trading style though. Good. If you're an experienced trader, then you can take a look at some of these scans, and a gap scanner. I mean, the gap scan is very. I'm not using it right now. I probably bring it back in a couple of weeks when we get into earnings season in a big way. But the gap scan is something that can be very popular with people. A gap a gap continuation or reverse. Well, let's take a look at it just out of curiosity and see what it's giving us today. But at least I can show you what it's looking for. So it has four scans in it. That's why it's called a multi-strategy window. And here are the four scans. Okay, a gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. And they're all color coded. So a gap up and go, and that would mean a stock at the time of the alert. At the time of the alert, it had gapped up, and then it went higher at the time of the alert. Now, as you know, doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher all day long. Gap down and reverse. Well, a gap down, and then it's trying to reverse. Gap up and reverse, gapped up, and then it's trying to reverse. And then a gap down and go, gap down. And then again, at the time of the alert, it was moving down. So, but doesn't mean even, the gap down and reverse doesn't mean it's going to keep reversing all day, but it's going to alert you to the situation. So let's take a look at the gap down and reverse or fig. What does it look like? You can see exactly what happened. Gap down and then reversed. Are they all going to look like this? Of course not. If they all look like this, then it'd be very simple to trade. But that's the idea. A gap up and reverse. So let's take a look at HL. At the time of the alert, I think the alert was up here. So has it reversed a lot? Not necessarily. But that's the idea of it. And you can see we're getting a lot of alerts. But that's the idea of that's the gap continuation or reversal scan. I'm not using it right now though. One of the things with trade ideas is that you can get overwhelmed with all the things, all the types of scans that you can create. And so my advice is to not get too overwhelmed, not try to create a scan for absolutely everything, because otherwise, well, for instance, people look at all those scans that I've got on my homepage and they load them all and they have a giant layout with all my scans. You'll never get anything done. You're going to have way too much coming at you all day long. This was a pretty good one yesterday. This Act Two ACTU guys, pretty good because it got up to 160 and it closed down here at 150, so it did not really sell off. Yeah, I mean, I'll just demonstrate this. I mean, and again, I don't for you, but other people too. You've got some experience trading, so but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Okay, so if a person is new to this, don't think they have to learn. Like first of all, think, oh my gosh, this is way too hard. How am I going to learn what all of these different real-time alerts are? I have no idea what a check mark is or an inverted check mark. I have no idea. Well, the good news is you don't have to learn all these. Okay, look at the top two absolutely most popular are a new. These are real time alerts. Okay, a new high of the day or a new low of the day. These are all. So these are the two most popular, and typically that's all I use. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down, when we get to these icons, these are all the filters that we've got. We have a lot of filters. You don't have to learn them all. Now, if you have any trading experience, you might want to just scroll down a little bit and you say, I know what I understand standard deviation. But you can also, you don't have to do for every one of them. But if you looked at that standard deviation, you thought, I wonder how Trade Ideas handles it. So if you left click on it to highlight it, and then you click on help, you are going to get a very, very detailed explanation about it. Okay, very, very detailed, where you can really dive into it. Again, you don't have to do that for every single one of them. It's just a matter of if you see something you might recognize, okay, click on it, and you want to find a lot more about it, you can do so. Okay, but you don't have. The only reason there are so many of these, all these real-time alerts and all those filters, is that when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they said, okay, let's try to create as many different real-time alerts and all those different filters that we can to satisfy the majority of our customers who could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but you don't have to learn them all. I've had this program since 2010. I have probably used at most 5% of all of these at most. But I have a very simple style of trading. Others will have that, but there are all sorts of different styles of trading. So that's why they created all these different the different metrics for people. Now I want to go over this one. Okay, I want to go over the race because the race is very, very different from anything else. Give me a moment here. See, I wouldn't take IKT. I see IKT is from our AI. I wouldn't take it. When I look left, I see the next high looking left is 226. For me, that's too close, as an example. Well, yeah. I mean, we had a relationship a long time ago with E Trade. Okay, a long time ago. That was one of the first ones. Scott Trade and E Trade. If you guys remember Scott Trade, they were embedded. Trade Ideas. There was a version of Trade Ideas embedded. And so they licensed it from us, and then they stopped doing that years ago. Well, all I do in the I don't know if you're here in the pre-market, but we have the pre-market. I have my pre-market actives up and down, and we're all looking at it. Remember the room you're in is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. You can always come into the room then. I'm not on the mic until 9, but there are other traders in the room already, and they're all talking about the stocks that are moving. And one of the ways I find them is on my homepage. The pre-market actives up and down. So so at least we can identify the stocks that are moving. After that, I'm basically relying on my scans. So when you say automated, yes, I mean they're delivering me the symbols that I want to see based on um, my parameters. The price range I like, the minimum volume that I want, things like that. I'm missing the boat here, guys. I am completely missing the boat on some of these. I've been discounting some of these cheaper ones from this scan, and man, YYGH now from 133 up to 165. These are great percentage moves. I've been concentrating more on the slightly more expensive ones, but and you can see that that's at the top of this race too. So let me go over this race, okay, and why it can be a very interesting. I mean, moment, guy. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Well, of course you're right, Monica. The lower price ones are the ones you can get the biggest percentage moves, but I found them a little more erratic. Okay, and I mean, I will take this one all day long. Okay, RKLX at 26.75, and before it pulled back, I got up to 28.20. A little more steady. Okay, a little more steady before it finally pulled back. As an example. Okay, so that's why I was more concentrating on the company ETFs also. But I missed LEDs, I missed the YYGH, but you've got to be pretty careful too. You got to be nimble. So again, I got to get my homepage up and running. So I show you when I'm talking about the races where you can go to find more information about the races. Oops. Okay. And why I'm doing this is because if you click on my homepage link and you go down a little bit to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top is our user guide. Now, again, the user guide, big user guide, like any other software program. You don't have to learn everything. TI stock racing, though. This is if you're interested in what I'm going to be talking about, here is your reference, okay, to TI stock racing. So, and everything I'm saying, all customizable. So the fact that I'm running a 4-minute race, you can run whatever race period you want, a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, 10-minute race, whatever you want. I'm running a 4-minute race. So, what does that mean? I don't know why this is not on the top here. Give me a moment. This race, usually it takes 30 seconds for it to start. There we go. Okay, so what does this 10% for YYGH mean? Look at this. So what does that mean? Or the 11% now? What that means is that since the race started, okay, since the race started, this stock has moved the most percentage-wise since the race started. That's what those percentages mean. These percentages are how much the stock is up for the day, okay, from yesterday's close. That's what those percentages mean. But that percentage is how much did the stock move since the race started. So if you see something at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. I mean, this has been, this is another one, man, another cheap one, 133 from the reversal scanner, 174 now. Okay, tomorrow, tomorrow I'll pay more attention to the cheaper ones. But so if you see something at the top here, of course, click on it. Doesn't mean you take the trade right away or anything like that, but at least now you know that this stock is really moving. You see anything in this list that in the list, click on it, see what's happening. So this could be interesting. I mean, the JLHL, and these are volatile ones. These are very volatile ones. The race concept is the concept of racing is the same for both of these races, but this is a volatile race and this is a large cap race. Very, very different. Well, let me get back to the JLHL. Some of you may look at that and say, okay, a little over the VWAP. You know, maybe but again, you got to be very careful. I mean, the float is so low, but you might look at this and go, okay, it's over the VWAP. Maybe I'll take the trade. And if it gets down below the VWAP, I'm out. That's my stop. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying that is an idea. So you see anything in this list, just click on it. See what's happening until you click on it. And when I say see what's happening, I'm talking about, is it setting up for you based on how you like to trade? You know, this would have been an interesting one had we seen it down here into the VWAP area kind of holding, and then boom. My gosh, look at the V now. Crazy action, guys. Absolutely crazy action. That was yesterday's close, and from yesterday's close, $12. And it's actually at the high of yesterday now. Low flow, 520. I mean, you have to understand how insanely low that is. 520,000 in the float. That's why a stock can move. Well, it's only up 45%, but sometimes you get these moves of 100 to 300%. So again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on it. The other thing is any stock that has won a race before. Now, this is what these numbers beside these stocks. That means that VMAR has won 5 races today. LEDs has won 5 also. Yesterday, V was so active that I think by the end of the day, it had won 40 races. It was so active. It just won the last race. So now it's won 3 races, okay? That's what this, so why is this interesting? Well, it automatically creates a top 10 list for you to perhaps just concentrate on these stocks all day long. So instead of having a lot of other stocks coming at you all day long, you just concentrate on these ones and try to figure out a way to trade them. But again, this is a volatile race. This might be better if you're starting out, and I'll explain why. So why are these stocks showing up though? If I right click in the body of this race, and one of the options is open the top list. All races start from a top list window. This is the top list window. If I right click on it, notice I have an option that says launch the real-time stock race. So in this top list window, this is what I want to see. If I right click and click on the configure, I want to see stocks between $150, 200,000 shares minimum have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. If a stock meets those filter requirements, they're going to show up in this list of stocks. Okay, and I've sorted them on the change from yesterday's close. That's why you see LGHL has moved 40% from yesterday's close. Well, now V is on the top here at 51%, etc. I could sort on the change from the open. Change from the open now. V has moved 96% from its opening trade of the day. That's what the change from the open is. So a top list window can still be used in this fashion. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today with your filters involved, or the price range you want, the minimum volume, things like that. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes. As long as you have a column header, you can sort on it. I can sort. Here's the relative volume. I can sort on that. Leads 1,900 times normal up to this time of day at 10:43. Obviously huge. That's why it's being so active. So what the race does is it takes a look at this list of stocks, and it doesn't care where the stock is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock has moved the most percentage-wise. So you see MGIH, I don't know where it is in this list. It's somewhere. Let me pick Zeta. Zeta's been a pretty active stock. It's up 2%, okay? Or EVH, it's up 2%. It's a $6 stock. What if all of a sudden it started to move? It was up 2%, 3%, 8%, 10%, moving up. How would you know? Okay, there's MGIH is up here now. But how would you know? Well, the race takes care of that for you. All it cares about is what stock in the list is moving the most. So you could see some stock that you haven't seen all day, and it's just ramping up. So resetting did it. Okay, great. So hopefully it's starting to make sense that you could create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. Maybe you don't like my price range and other things, or if you have any trading experience, you add some filters in that you like. And so you can create your own top list window of the stocks you'd like to see and then launch the race on it. You can always do something like this. Some of you might have a basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that, these are the ones I like to follow every single day. Well, you can run a race on those stocks. Or maybe it's a different group of stocks every day. Maybe in the evening you do some work and you say, you know what, I want to follow these stocks tomorrow. Maybe you've got 15 or 20 or 30 stocks you want to follow tomorrow. And they could be different every day, of course. You could do that and launch the race on it. So this race is very different. You can see some big percentage moves in this race. We saw the VEEE, at 10% at one point. This race right here, you will get stocks that maybe will move 1%, but it's not that common. Okay, why? If I right click on this race and open the top list, well, you can see one thing. Look how small the top list is compared to this one. Right now, there are only five stocks here. Now, this does not mean that these are the 5 stocks for the day. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long, because if I right click, configure, summary. So this is what this top list is looking for. Stocks between 10 and 70. So there's a difference there, of course. The 200,000 shares and the 2% are the same. But these three filters right here are the reason. So the float has to be at least 50 million, 50, and the market cap has to be at least 500 million. These two filters are not here. But this is probably the main one that's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. So the position in the days range. So if you imagine you have a daily candle, if I put 100 in the min, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. So if I at 95, that means the stock is pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. Okay? But that's why what will happen here as stocks meet the filter requirements, they'll be added to the list. And as they stop meeting the filter requirements, they'll drop off the list. So this is not a static list over the course of the day. And you just saw here a stock got dropped out. Now, why? But you can see a top 10 list is built for you automatically. And why I'm saying this might be easier if you're starting out, because these stocks typically are not as volatile. I'm not saying you can't get big drops, but I mean, usually you'll get a little more orderly trading in a larger cap stock. Okay. Whereas with the V, the V is, yeah, if you're on the right side of V, it's fantastic. But V is the type of stock that can drop $5 in 30 seconds. So you just have to be ready for that. Let's take a look at the fuel cell. So, you see a stock that that won a race before, you can click on it and see fuel cell could have been one of those stocks that was pulled back into the VWAP and was holding. Maybe later on it moved. Here's BMNR. BMNR, Obi mentioned that one to me earlier. This one has been, over the VWAP. Take a look at SAIL. What's SAIL doing? The stocks are going to be near the high of the day, but you might, if you look at this and go, well, I don't want to trade the stocks near the high of the day. Maybe if it pulled back to a level that I like, I'd be interested. Well, all you have to do, for instance, here's the VWAP down here. That'd be a pretty big pullback, but maybe you have a moving average on your chart that you like. See a stock pull back into. So what I could do, if I wanted to, though, I could put a price alert right around the VWAP level and see if later on in the day it pulls back. Now, granted, the VWAP is a moving target, but so you don't have to stare at this all day long. You can just set a price alert, or maybe you would like to put a price alert at 15, see if the whole number holds it. Just things like that. So the fact that you may not want to take the trade right now, but if it pull back to a level that you like, just put a price alert there and then move on. Simple to put a price alert. Watch what I do. Again, if I put a price alert at say 14.98, I right click, create the price alert. If that's what I want, if that's the price I want, 14.98, fine. Or I could type the price in, of course. I don't typically put any notes in, and then I just save it, and that's it. Very simple. And let me see if I'll trigger one. How to use the price alerts window, in my opinion, is like this. This is the price alerts window. Okay, these are some ones that triggered before. I'll get rid of them. Right click and just delete. But even if you have screen space, do not have this taking up screen space. Even if you have the screen space, in my opinion, the better way to use it is to minimize it. Why? Okay, I just put I hopefully one of them will trigger soon. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'll 15, 17. Come on. All right, I got to find something that's moving a little faster. Now, how about the V? Oh my gosh, look at the V. So I'll put a price alert right here. Put a price alert a little bit under. There you go. So you see what happened, okay? When it hit the price alert, 4103, it triggered, okay? And it popped up on my screen. So you cannot miss it. That's the way to use it. Instead of, if you had it just up and running, yeah, you'd see the price alert at the top, but you would not see, but you would not necessarily be drawn. Your eyes would not be drawn, would not be drawn attention to it because I mean, you maybe have a lot of other things going on. So minimize the price alert window and have it pop up on your screen. You won't miss it. You can also put a sound alert here if you want. You right click on actions and you can have it read the sound or click on play the sound. You can have it read out to you, the symbol, either with a female or a male voice, or you could use the custom sound. Sale. I mean, had I had that minimized, it would have popped up on my screen. The reason I put a sound alert on is because I've got a wireless headset. Sometimes I'm away from my monitor, or my desktop. I hear the sound. I can racing back and see what's happened. All right, guys. So I see the UBXG is continuing to be halted and resumed. This was not, well, there are shorts now. Not that I want a short now, but there are shorts now available. Interactive brokers. You see what happened? They hit those little price targets I was putting on there. Just demonstration. All right, guys, 10:54. So I still in that. It's not doing much, but I'm still in the ADBG. No reason for me to get out of it. So Fastenal, which is what I thought was an earnings play yesterday, but well, it is an earnings play. What was the one I thought was an earnings play yesterday? Well, this is an earnings play today, Fastenal. And that is FAST. So you'll be a buyer of FAST if it got to $20. Okay. And you're sitting at 45 now. All right, guys. So take a look at this one. This is a General Fusion Group. Did it win a race? It did win 2 races. GFUZ. Could be interesting, guys. Look at this. Holding the VWAP. Holding the VWAP. VWAP acting as support so far. And it's not an IPO exactly. It started trading as GFUZ yesterday. I think it was a SPAC that turned into this. Or was it trading as SVAC before and now it's, I don't know. It can be very confusing. When you look at this, you think it was obviously an IPO, but it was not technically an IPO. Anyway, I'd be watching this one. I mean, the longer it holds the VWAP, acting as support, it may have a little run. I'm going to put a price alert around the outside that area, say 1360, and just see if it takes that out later. Well, it's not a very interesting one, Faith. I'm in the ADBG. It's a two-time for Adobe. Not very interesting. I'm in at around 341. It did show up on my this scan here, but I went the other direction. This was a potential short, but I went the other direction on it. But this is what I'm talking about in terms of volatility, okay? I mean, this one was in this race here, this YYGH, when I was demonstrating it. Look at it now, 177 down to 123, okay? That's the volatility of this race. Great if you're on the right side of it. Fantastic if you're on the right side of it. But let's take a look at the V now. What has it done? So it got as high as 44. Again, got as high as 40, almost 45, back down to 38. In this race here, generally speaking, you're not going to see wild moves like that. The same thing with this one. I know they did the reverse split was effective today, but again, LGHL gets up to 591, down to 288. If you're in one of these low floaters, you cannot wander away from your computer. Remember NXTC from this morning? How active it was? Pre-market, it was up here to 1230. But look at this, and this was never shortable. I don't think anyway. It's not shortable now. I don't think it was ever shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, NXTC. That's why when you're looking at the stocks in the pre-market and the ones that are ripping, doesn't mean they're going to continue to rip. How did that Dawson do today? DWSN, which was just an awesome all-day short, still moving down. Wow, still moving down after yesterday got absolutely hammered down. All-day short. Look where it closed. And that was from my reversal scan. So remember what the reversal scan is looking for. So here's Fuel Cell as an example. So Fuel Cell closed down at least 5% yesterday, but it reversed today. Now with other filters, okay, it's not just every single reversal, but the stock had to close down at least 5% the day before, and then it's reversing today. Would have to be above the high of yesterday. Not sure that. Actually, I'm not sure if it has to be above the high. Yeah, it does have to be above the high of yesterday. So these are the filters that I'm using, you see? So I'm looking now, remember, all the scans that I'm sharing, you can always change them. Maybe you don't like that price range. Um, See, the stock had to be down at least 5% yesterday, had to close down at least 5%. And then today, to get the alert, it has to be above yesterday's high or at least right at yesterday's high. And that would also have to be up 1% from yesterday's close. So that's why you're seeing a stock like this. And then if the stock makes a new high for the day. Now, I'm delaying it for 5 minutes. What that means is I don't want to see alerts right at 9:30. I want to see the alerts starting at 9:35. Doesn't mean they're not real time. It just means that if I had this even at 9:30, you're going to at 9:35, it can be a challenge, but if I had this running at 9:30, I probably get so many more alerts right off the bat. Now, you don't have to do that. If you want to get rid of that, you can do so. Yeah, just keep checking to see if that Ripster channel is a mistake. Used to be right here. This. I mean, this. It's wild. Okay, 1.5 million in the float, so it's going to be very active. The JLHL still kind of hanging around the VWAP, hanging around that whole number of 9. And traders will be looking at this week. A few weeks ago, up to 57, up to 41. Even last week, up to 18. That's what traders are looking at. Yeah, I mean, the longer this holds, 9, put a price floor around 919 just to see if it can get up there. Oh, how ugly is this? So TGHL almost got to $1 and then got halted and now down to 67 cents. Oh man, Hodo, guys, the House of Doge or Doggy. I don't even. How crazy! Operates as the corporate arm of Dogecoin Foundation. Yeah, I mean that triggered, but look at the spread now for JLHL. I mean, look at it. I mean, look at it. 893, 925. They're making it almost impossible to trade. I mean, look, if it tacks on $2 or $3, that spread won't matter, but you just don't know that's going to happen. So this just started trading as this silly thing 2 weeks ago. The high right here is $1.71. I may regret it, but I just find myself hard pressed to when looked at that spread. So I did not trade you today. I should have. This is the two-time ETF for Meta. Been trading this quite a bit the last 3 weeks. I'm not going to trade it now. I mean, obviously earlier on, or even when it fell into the VWAP. Yeah, still a 20-cent spread for this GFUZ. Yeah, probably going to regret not taking the Hodo. Seriously. Coming into that high now, 169. Haven't really looked at the overall market. So the Qs are up 9, Dow's up a little, and SPY's up a little. Let's take a look at SMH. All right. Well, look, SMH now. Pre-market, it was the most active stock, or the one that was up the most from yesterday's close. Sort of sold off a bit. Now it's over the VWAP. Wow, this got halted on the way down. LESL, cheap one, got halted on the way down. Potential open at 213. Wow, from 236. Do I also work with PDH and PWH scanners? The answer is no. So when you talk about level touches, what levels exactly? I have a very simple style. I mean, I only look at new highs and new lows of the day. Typically, the only thing that doesn't do that are the races. But yeah, so it depends what you mean by the level. I mean, see, I have a very simple style of trading. I mean, I look at when I call a level is just looking left on a daily chart. So for instance, so this one, we got the trigger at this RK. I mean, this is a two-time for Rocket Lab, okay? We got the trigger at 2660, okay? By rights, I should have taken it, but I sort of I'm really interested in these company ETFs, but I'd like to see more of a name company ETF that I'm going to take. But anyway, so had I looked at that at 2667, 2675 was the trigger. The first thing I do is I look left and I see where it could go before it hits the next high in a daily chart. If I think that's enough room, I'll take the trade. It's really that's it. Okay. So I'm just looking left to see where the next high is. And if I think there's enough room to that next high, then I'll take the trade. Now that next high does not, and look what it did. I mean, today's high was what? 2820. And that high right there is 2828. Okay. And that's my style. I always look at that and think, okay, that's where it could get blocked. Doesn't, of course, it doesn't mean it's going to. It's only one day, but I've been doing this for quite a while now, and that's just what I notice. Now, of course, I'm kicking myself for not. Well, I mean, that would have been a quick trade. The Hodo would have been a very quick trade, and you can see what it did. It got right to that high, 169, 168, right to that high. Doesn't mean it's not going to take it out later, but that's where it stopped it. I look at the daily first to see if I can see that next high, if I'm going long. If I can't see it on the daily, then I go to the weekly. And sometimes if I can't see it on the weekly, I go to the monthly. And again, some people will say, well, that's not it. Well, in this case, I mean, at least there were 2 days here. But some people will say, well, that's crazy. It's only one day. Why do you think that's resistance to move higher? And that's fine. I don't really care. I mean, I'm not going to tell anybody that, well, that's the way you should trade. If you see that next high is too close or is close, then don't take the trade. You might look at that and go, well, that's only one day. Why is that going to stop it? And that's fine. It just happens to be that's how I trade. Well, most of the time though, most of the things I see are near the high of the day. So I don't have to worry about, unless it's a big pullback, then I don't have to worry about 4 hour or 1 hour or anything like that. Because most of the time the stocks, well, all of these alerts are at the high of the day. So I don't have to worry about intraday blockage. Guys, keep an eye on this NXTC. It could. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the NXTC. Okay. There's the VWAP. So the VWAP is far enough away. It could act as a bit of a magnet. It's still up 227%. So there's still, people who are interested in this. I'm watching to see how well it can hold at the 7 level. Okay. And this is a case where, this is not at the high of the day, of course, but now understand, I'm never telling anybody what to do. Like, they don't like when I'm pointing out this opportunity. I'm not saying, and this is what everybody should do or anybody should do. It has to make sense for you. But you can kind of see how it curled. But it's, with the float, it's going to be very, very active. Look at that relative volume, 5,500 times normal. 5,500 times normal up to this time of day. This is time of day sensitive, 11:19 a.m. Eastern time. Why would I even consider it? Because, yeah, the VWAP can act as resistance, but it's way, way on top here. So some look at something like this and think that the VWAP might actually act like a magnet. A magnet can get into the VWAP, and then that's where it could stall. Okay, I don't care what the next cheap stock is that comes in here. I'm taking it. Craziness with this Hodo. So this is the don't repeat version. Okay, so if you load my scan, this is what you're going to see. This is the don't repeat version of the scan. And why do I have that? That allows me to go back in time and see where the first alert was. So here's Hodo. Okay, it was on 11:06 at 150, and this is the repeating version. Every time it made a new high, you would see it. Okay. But again, it allows me, because sometimes maybe the stock hasn't moved. Maybe I missed it, so I can go back and say, well, what has BJDX done? They were at 937. I had an alert. It was at the price was 147. I can see what it did from there. Well, it got up to 150, but nothing spectacular. But it could have been just sort of resting around the original alert. And so, now I can maybe start looking at it. And the don't repeat, and you can do this for your alert windows or multi-strategy windows if you want to. So what you would do is you would duplicate the window, assuming you still want to see the repeating version. And then you would right click. You see where it says properties? Click on properties. And one of the options here is don't repeat. And so you would check the don't repeat. and you have your option now. So if you don't want to see if you don't want to see the stock every single time it made a new high, as an example, you want to delay it every, like, for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, what, or for the day. That's what I do for the day. So I can go back and say, okay, what happened? How good were those alerts? All right, guys. I've been watching QTTB today. The reason I have that one thumbnailed on my other monitor, and it's been a very active one. Haven't found a way to trade it yet. Obviously here, but I mean that we were just chasing it then, and pulled back into the view app again. Not a low flow, 19 million, not crazy low. All right, guys. Well, things are slowing down a little bit for me here. Well, I'm going to trust Baba. I'm going to trust the supplier that we have now, or the website that we now. I'm going to look at the dilution tracker because that's where we're getting our data from. So I'm going to trust. I mean, this is basically what they do. They follow all this very and they update it as quickly as they can. They've got 49 million in the float. I'm going to trust them. Okay, I'm going to trust them. 49 million in the float now, and that's what we've got here. So for years, we always had this problem with the other provider that we had for our float data was never seemed to be completely up to date. But I trust these guys, and whether they've got 4 million in the float, I'm not saying they're infallible, this site, but that's what they've got. Yeah, I mean, listen, for years and years and years, we would go to that website, the dilution tracker, as sort of what I would call the final word on float. When we saw a float in ours from our other provider that didn't look correct, and we'd go to the dilution tracker, and most people seem to think that was the best one. So I'm not saying it's infallible. And uh-oh, I think I'm hung up. Shoot, I am hung up. Yeah, I'm hung up, guys. I clicked on something and I'm hung up now. So I'm going to have to reload trade ideas. It's not a big deal. The only problem is I'm going to lose this top 10 list for both. I'm going to lose all the original daily trend reversals. Not much I can do about it. Yeah, okay. So that's the only bad thing, I've lost my my top 10, but that's okay. I mean, so it'll create a new top 10 list for me going forward, and that's something I should have mentioned too. If you had loaded my either of these two races after I was talking about them, which was say 10, 10, 15 or so, you would not have had the same top 10 list as I had. When you load your race, that's when the race will start to develop the top 10 list. So right now I've loaded at 11:30. I had loaded my race at both these races at 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock my time. Okay, so that's why the top 10. But if you load these races, like right now, imagine if I was telling you about them and you loaded them, you say, well, wait a minute, how come I'm not saying the top 10 list? Well, it'll start to develop from the time you load your race. I think this is a new one. I haven't seen this one. This HYNX. When I say new, I mean this is an ETF. Okay, ETF Opportunities Trust. Well, it started trading HYNX today. I don't know if this is brand. I mean, it looks brand new, but let's take a look at the news. There's no news. No news available for ETFs. So, what's the volume like? Not bad. Guys, keep an eye on that NXTC, okay? I mean, it's still a little it's choppy still, but it is really, really trying to hold the 7 level, okay? And you can see on the 5 minute, you can see how it is now transitioned a little bit to blue from the orange. Remember, the orange is a weak trend. Oh, this has got some room. 153 is the next high for Nixie. I'm sorry, not Nixie, but NI. Well, it is the company's called Nixie, but NIXX. The next high is 153. Little bit of room. Boy, the range in this METU and well, Meta itself is amazing every single day. Starting out at $26 and getting all the way up to 27.62 and now back down to 27. I mean, these are nice little moves. Now, what will it do at the VWAP? Okay, now Meta the stock should be approaching the VWAP also. Yeah, well, it's right on it right now. So METU lagging a little bit. Well, not really. It's right at the VWAP also. Will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support? Now, this is the one I was clicking on when system got hung up. PSO. RGC all time low. Okay, from Baba. Close anyway. Well, we have here 6.3% in the lifetime range, but certainly close. Well, okay, let's take a look at IBX. Here's how you can trade it. If you think IBM is finally finding a low, oh man, that Hodo, man, oh man. I'm sorry. I was mistaking it for Holo. We've got Holo and we've got Hodo. Excuse me. All right, give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So it is 11:30. Wow, it's 11:37 already. So I'll be taking a break at about noon Eastern time. And today, Steve Gomez will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, guys. So yeah, the Rips or Ripper channel is back. Okay. So I know Pro Jam you asked. There it is again. There's the Rips or Ripper channel. And why? Well, okay. If you want to find out a little bit more about the TI Wave and the concept behind it, if you click on the channel, okay, wait a minute. Yes, I was, Pepe. Yes, I was. Okay. Looking at BAC, guys, Bank of America, it's an earnings play and it's challenging the VWAP right now, guys, challenging that VWAP. I mean, this could, the VWAP right here is 60, 62. Okay, that's using our pre-market data. The other VWAP is 60.49 without using the pre-market data. You Well, it looked like it's popping a little bit off the VWAP. So maybe the VWAP will act as support. Okay, it might act as support. I mean, that's the whole thing. You just don't know 100%, of course. Regardless, I don't think it's going to be that dynamic one way or the other. Hmm. No, there was no vacuuming or blowing of leaves. All right, guys. How about WOK? WOK, guys. This has been an active one in the past. Well, look at that. I don't know. This did not get the 730. Okay, this is reverse split adjusted, but it did have some big days. Pulled all the way back. Yesterday's high is 213. If it gets through yesterday's high, I'm going to put a price alert right there. You never know. It might start to challenge the 2 day ago high, which was 263. To me, the NXTC could be really interesting. It's still hanging around the $7 level. It's still up 226%. It was up a lot more, of course, when it was up here at 9, but it pulled back. I mean, it's just sort of, we're wondering, is it going to hold 7? There's the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert there at the VWAP. See if it, number one, gets close, and if it takes it out in a big way, because it could be a late dayer. Could be. I mean, look at the volume. 92 million shares have traded with only 3.4 in the float. Float turnover is 27 times. Still 5,000 times normal volume up to this time of day. And this is a merger play this is right. We saw that in the pre-market. I don't know, AVERE Therapeutics. Yeah, you you can ask me, yeah, Richie, in our YouTube room. Absolutely, you can ask questions all day long. Don't think you're interrupting me. I mean, one of the main reasons I'm here is to answer questions. So yes, I'll do my best to answer. Talking to Richie in our YouTube room. Wow, this LESL has been how many halts now? 11 of them. Halts resumes, 11 of them. And it got halted on the way up, and it opened. And boy, you've got to be careful. Not a well, it's a low float, not crazy low, but it is low. I think it's almost time for my cul-de-sac analogy in the afternoon to explain, because I know I talk about the float all the time, and there are always new people wondering what does he mean by it? Why is it important? This could be interesting, guys. I know this is a short opportunity from our AI NTSK. It's trying to base right here. It had a reentry short price 14.29. So it's a little bit. You can kind of see though if it can break down. The only issue is the VWAP is there, and then that could act as support. So that for me is the issue. Richie, if you're going to ask a question, I would ask you to do it now. I will be taking a break in about 9 minutes. So I'm talking to Richie in our YouTube room. Steve Gomez will take over, and maybe he'll be able to answer whatever question you've got. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. I'm not going to. My layout's okay, but I want to get rid of something. Okay, guys. So Blaze, BLZE. What is this one? Now the next high looking left, 1826, 1778. So it does have some room. Okay, Blaze has some room to move before it hits that next high on the daily chart. Now the relative volume is not great. Now Blaze showed up. Where did it show up from? It probably showed up in one of these races. It's the only this race I do not have the relative volume as a filter. So every now and then I'm going to see something that has a very low relative volume. As far as the AI is concerned, I mean, yeah, I mean, rarely do we see stocks that are over $100. Okay, rarely do we see that. You will see some large cap stocks though, but it's rarely. I mean, today I see a couple of real low ones and the NTSK. But yeah, I mean, normally we do not see the Apples and the Teslas. And doesn't mean you can't create a scan just focusing on those large cap stocks, though, kind of like I've got here. I mean, this is a race. Well, I mean, you're usually getting typically the Apples and the Teslas, and well, Tesla, has had some range in it, but I mean, the large cap stocks typically are just not going to move that much, okay, percentage wise. So it's trying to capture some stocks that could have some, interesting moves in them. Well, you can create your own scanner, of course. Just concentrate. Well, like this. This could be turned into a scanner. Okay, a real time alert. You could, just looking at large cap stocks if that's what you want to do. Typically you would take the top list and look how few stocks there are today in this top list. Now, the reason being is this: I'm looking for stocks near the high of the day. So you would see if I got rid of that right now, my list is going to be huge. Okay, so but that's what I'm looking for. I just want to see stocks near the high of the day. Doesn't have to be, of course, or I could drop this to 80, and I would see more stocks as opposed to 90. I would see more stocks. Oh, that's the previous day's range. Sorry. I want to put 90 here. That's today's range. Or actually, I had 95. Well, you can kind of see how you can create your own scanner with your own set of parameters. Okay, for you want to have now 500 million is not necessarily a huge large cap stock, but if you wanted to put that at 2 billion or whatever, and then create the idea of a scanner is having a trigger. Okay, a trigger meaning, okay, if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, give me a real-time alert, or a new 5-minute high, or a 5-minute low, or those are real-time alerts. You have to have some kind of a trigger. So all the filter values have to be met, and then you have a trigger. A trigger meaning, you know what? I've got to get going here, guys, because Steve is going to take over for me. Just give me a moment. I have to get my announcement up. So back around 1 p.m. ET, and I have to put the YouTube link in. So you can create your own scan, okay, with your own set of parameters. It's just a matter of what trigger do you want? Trigger meaning this. These are all the real-time alerts that we've got. So right at the top, the new high of the day, new low of the day, but these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got that you could use as the trigger that gives you the real-time alert based on your filter requirements. I know I went over that really quickly, but I have to get the YouTube link in now so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. If you want, he'll be there momentarily. All right, I heard a little pop. That means Steve is in our YouTube room. So give me a moment, Steve. Okay, guys. So Steve is in our Sid Gomez from Trade Ideas is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there if you want. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now you're going to be watching the game today, Steve.
Of course.
Of course.
Why not?
I'm actually more interested in tomorrow's game, but I'll definitely watch today's game.
They got their wish. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No kidding. I was just thinking that I had to go to we'll use Gemini, but yeah, what were the rankings, the top 10 rankings? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Unbelievable.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
No, it should be good. Definitely gonna make some time to watch it live.
Yeah. Yeah, no matter, I mean, the games today, I mean, Spain and France, I mean, Spain actually, I had heard Spain was sort of the favorite, not necessarily in today's game, but over like before the tournament began.
Yeah, I heard that.
A lot of people were picking Spain. So I don't know anybody on Spain, to be honest. I don't know one name on Spain, but obviously they've got a good team.
You know what I enjoyed? It was, which game was it where the guy got the red card for taking a dive?
Oh, the Swiss player.
Right. Yes. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that.
Yes.
I think that I understand they confused the players. I don't feel bad about that. But I mean, pulling out a card for a guy doing an obvious dive, they need a lot more of that. So
the problem is he had a yellow card before. So that was
that's
the two
what they
yellows.
said,
So
yeah.
turf.
Not even a mix up. Who knows?
But that was such an obvious.
Yes. It was really
so
bad.
Obvious.
Really bad.
Really obvious. Yeah.
Egregious.
Egregious, yes. Okay, my friend, I'll take off now, and I'll try to relieve you about 5 to the hour.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the desktop. Welcome to the market that goes nowhere. You talk about pinching ourselves into a corner. We are so close to what I believe could be hopefully a breakout that direction, hopefully not a breakout that direction, but hang on a second here. What happened? Oops, hold on a second. There we go. I was live. I had to catch up. Back and forth, back and forth. That's the story. The SPY's a little bit shapier, a little bit better on the upside than the NASDAQ. And then the Russell. Everything's just been going sideways, creeping sideways for 3 months now. And, when you have these types of sideways consolidations, the way it's supposed to work is we continue the original direction. So sideways, take a breather. What we need is a headline. I think this market is just dying for some sort of a head. Now, this morning we got CPI, and that certainly helped. But you can see the market's not going to run away on the CPI headline. What the CPI headline could do is start to change the narrative of what the Fed says. And it's my contention that what this market could use, and it would be nice and welcome to have, would be one good comment from the new Fed chairman reversing course in his so-called one and done stupid mentality that the market thinks is going to happen, raising rates one time and then not raising it. That's just whatever. If you were to turn around and hint that maybe they're not going to raise rates, that would gap this market higher. That's totally speculative. That's just me thinking out loud. But I think the market's waiting for something. And in my world, I don't want to sit and wait for the decision, because what I'll do is I'll wind up chasing everything. So I've got kind of conviction based on fundamentally what I think is going to happen out there, and technically as well. Like I said, really nice move. We could have given that move back easily, but we didn't give it back. We went sideways, and that's the strongest indicator of consolidation. And so, 2.5 months of that has worked off, has digested a lot of the energy that the market needed to burn off in order to regroup and get strong again. So one good headline could gap ourselves out of this range. We'll see. But in the meantime, of course, I'm long everything. As I said, I'm positioning myself for a good headline. So yeah, I'm a hoper, but I'm leaning on the backdrop of the way the technicals are setting up, and personally what I think is going to happen kind of fundamentally, like I was sharing with you guys on the interest rate front. That's the kind of thing that could really get this market excited. I mean, a lot of things, as usual, some things are long-term. DJT is finally making a beautiful pattern where it's no longer getting rejected by the 50-day. And remember, this is an energy company too, nuclear fission. But all of a sudden, we've got this beautiful candle just all of a sudden floating above the 50 and the crossing of the 10. That's pretty. I like that. That's very, very calming and soothing. I'm long a irresponsible amount of American Bitcoin. I've been doubling up, basically buying more down here. I'd be fired if I was a money manager, but it's my money, so I can do what I want. I'm going in order too, by the way. NIX was a stock that Andy put on my radar back here. I like the way I guess they did the whole data center pivot, right? So they gapped up, filled the gap, and then I bought it here, and then I had a great run in NIX, and then just kind of left it. But when I say I left it, it means I put a heart on it, and it becomes part of my watch list because, you know, volume, explosion, you got to give it some time to reset up. You got to give it some time for the jump rope to come back around. So yesterday, as you can see, some people ask if I use anchored VWAP. Every now and then I will. I anchored the low point of Nixie. And what I got was this purple line right there. Once I saw that, I started buying some yesterday and then doubled up on it a little bit. So I'm definitely in the money on Nix. Beautiful entry. I love the entry on the trend line and the pullback and the anchored VWAP. So I'm going to sit in this thing. It's doing well today. ATAI, this is one of the three psychedelic stocks. Got DFTX and Compass, which I'm also in, which was a trade of the week last week, but had some weird action. These things aren't going away. They just keep wanting to fight back. DFT, those are the three of them. So ATAI has had a good morning for me. It just hasn't pulled back. I'm not going to buy anymore. I'm just going to sit with what I have. I'm going to reset this price alert. And if that price alert goes off, I know we're at new highs. I was going to buy some more on this price alert, but it doesn't look like it wants to pull back for me. ARQQ. This is a funny one because yesterday I owned it. And this is one of those examples where I get so mad at myself for selling it midday because that was the closing candle right there. And when I looked at that, and I just wanted to punch myself in the face and say, why did you sell that midday? It's kind of like against your rules. I like to wait for the closing candle. And if I had waited, I would have easily seen a beautiful landing of the 50-day moving average and a wick. Those are always the best when they trade through midday and then they close back above a key moving average, the 50. I was so mad at myself. So the first thing I bought this morning was buying ARQ back at 1820-ish. I'm in the money on that one, and then added to it on that pullback as well. So I've got a new average, and I like the way this looks. I mean, this thing was up here above 30. These people got smashed all the way down to 17, and now we're just kind of riding this little wave there, hopefully, of support. And those are the ones I can try to look away from and not get too concerned about. This rumble's been horrible. I bought it on the open this morning. There's nothing to like about that chart. Don't know why I'm in it. I can't even give you a good reason. Andy showed me EOAC, another energy battery storage company. I love the way that it took out the lows. That blue line was the all-time, I believe, 52-week lows. And it's just like these particular stocks to take out 52-week lows and reverse. So I'm kind of playing not the chart, but a possible reversal on an alternate energy stock. Same with TMQ. All these Trilogy Metal, all of these copper stocks. I hate mining stocks, but I'm trying it again. I guess I like the punishment. But they've been beaten up, down from $5 to $3. There's a big focus on some people saying we are short copper to help build these data centers that everybody wants to build. It makes perfect sense. So daily charts kind of oversold. This was the one I liked. And plus, I noticed yesterday something happened where some crazy ass algo bought a shit ton of it and then it got reversed. So it almost seems like it got ahead of itself. So that was in the back of my mind. I'm basically flat in this thing. I was in Baba with Andy, but I sold it. I've got a pullback alert. I'd like to buy it back on that blue line if I could, but maybe some China stocks. But I've got NIO that Andy got me in, and also GDS. So a couple of simple China stocks. We'll see what happens. As I mentioned, Compass. Hopefully these psychedelic stocks will stay bid. ATAI is doing really well for me. I'm not in DFTX. I was earlier. I made money in that gap up, then sold it. But I'm not losing track of this whole sector. I think people are really pivoting to the non-pharmaceutical stuff. And then yes, Barfly, bells in the bats in the belfry, whatever you want to call this thing. I had a bit too much of it, so I thinned out. I took a third off. But I do have a stop, an active stop in this thing. And it is down here. Where's my active stop? 49, 749. So it's if it makes a new low on the day, I'm out. Because we are now midday. If it wants to make a new low after trying to hold this 20-day moving average, 3 attempts here on the 20 SMA, if we can just bounce back into play, it'll stay shapely. But I will cut this thing immediately, because the last thing I want to do is be a cliff diver between a failed 20 SMA hold and all that space below. So this one has zero tolerance. It's already got me for a little bit, but as I mentioned in the trade of the week, it's a volatile one. You're supposed to go with smaller size, which I didn't really do. All right, what's up, Patrick? Yeah, perfect. So I'm glad you actually read that after I said all that. And small position too, smart. I had too much, like I said, so I sold. I got stopped out of a third of it on this little run right there, and I'm still managing 2/3. So that's that. Boy, Nibius is no longer in favor. Don't tell Dan. I don't know, the data center, AI cloud data center. Look at how the 50-day moving average. This is my rule too, by the way. Once I tried to play Nibius here, and then I got out on this day, and I was so happy I got out this day that I was like, oh no. But then I said, you know what? This thing's going to bounce right into the armpit. I've talked about this before. Once they break the 50, you get a dead cat, volatile bounce for a day and a half. The 10 SMA says, I'll take it from here. The sellers are in control now in Nibius. It is no longer the stock that it was back here. So I'm not playing. I'm not involved in Nibius. Oh gosh, and I've got one more dog on here. I don't know why I keep flying to put something wrong with me. I keep thinking that I can pick a bottom in this X Energy, another energy stock. I just feel like copper, nuclear energy, these data centers need to come alive somehow. So I'm probably overthinking in this one. But as you can see, that blue line is my line in the sand. When you play these ugly, hideous charts down here, and you think you're smart enough to pick the bottom, you better also be smart enough to put a stop in and minimize a small paper cut if you're wrong, because you become a deer in the headlights, basically like I did in ABTC. So hopefully that pays off. It's really overdone. Reverse split. It basically plunged down to almost 5 today. I almost feel like that was an interesting spot to reverse. 505. Interesting. So yeah, please reverse. Oh, GameStop. I bought some of this too. I don't think I mentioned that one. I'd like to see GameStop trade above. Actually, I think I have a buy stop in. No, I don't. I'd like to see GameStop trade above the 50-day moving average, just like I was mentioning earlier in DJT. Actually, it sounds so similar. Look at this. DJT got all hung up here at the 50, went back down below the 50. And now today it's popping up and showing I'm planting my flag. We are above the 50. The 10's about ready to cross. This is looking so much better. I was a hoper back here, but now I'm feeling confident that the chart, was confirming why I'm in this thing. But what was it? What was I just looking at? Yes, game. So same thing with game. Rejected at the 50. Rejected at the 50. If today is the day that GameStop can plant its flag and close back above the 50, I mean, these are some encouraging signs I'm seeing in some of these things, and I don't want to take profits prematurely. So total pedal to the metal. I've got fully invested. Again, I'm trying to anticipate a big move in the NASDAQ and S&P. Ideally, it's going to be like an interest rate headline. And I don't want to be the one chasing a gap up headline. So I'm taking a big risk, not a big risk, but I'm taking a risk on mentality of getting in the things that I like, trying to diversify, energy, crypto, pharmaceutical, psychedelics, China. Let's see, ARQQ is quantum. So just a couple of names. I'm trying to avoid the names like APLD, Nebius. As I was saying, the data centers, they're not that great. However, Nix is, in fact, a data center, but they're a small company that just pivoted to it. So try not to overthink it too much. But that's the stuff that I'm in, and you guys. So whatever you want to talk about, if there's anybody here that was sent by our support team for help, speak now so I can help you, because you get the first priority. As I said earlier, I'm not a big fan of the miners. They seem to get the best of me. We're underwater on the daily, underwater. I'm trying to hope for a big pop today, but in order to get that, I have to stay above the 5-day moving average. So with that said, I'll just pop a mental price alert in there. And if it breaks that 5-day moving average, I'll sell this stock because it's ugly. And that means my guessing was wrong, and sell it and turn it into cash for tomorrow. All right, so where can this ATA go? Now that it's trying to break out, where can it go? Let's see. Again, this is one of the psychedelics stocks where people are ditching pharmaceutical SSRIs and Prozac and things like that. Let's delete that. Let's delete this. All right, there's our trade ideas resistance line. You can see the purple line drawing automatically because the stock's making new highs. It's looking left for us. So it's looking at the upper end of that little green wick right there. I think we can take that out. I'm going to try and ride this. This was some pretty good consolidation that it sat through. Tried to shake me out a couple times, but now it's showing its true colors. I think, and I've already got these lines drawn, as you can see. So if this line gets triggered, I'll sell some. But this looks to be my ultimate target here. So I'd probably do like 1/3 along the way, 1/3, and then keep the last third to see if it can go higher. Now, mind you, I've been in since yesterday at the close. It popped up at the close and I had some cash, so I bought it. Oh, hi, I'm Steve. I'm taking over for Barry Rich for the hour, for another 40 minutes. But I can help you. Looking to have guidance on how to set up TI, automated trade to IBKR paper, and eventually live. Setting the strategy with trailing stop loss and entry based on trade ideas, wave momentum. TI wave. So a couple of things real quick. We don't have any automation for the TI wave because it doesn't show up in any of our scans. So you're welcome. So I'm going to go over what is probably the easiest way for you to start. But I just wanted to qualify. You can trade the TI waves, and I'll show you how you can trade them manually, or you can automate one of these alert windows. But here's how I would start. I wouldn't get so concerned with the IBKR paper mode. Wait until you go live before you do all those tricky settings, because what we did is we made a real simple paper mode for you guys in-house. So basically, it's just a new menu if you don't have it open yet, just new Brokerage Plus. And then all you need to do to get into the practice mode, which is ideal. You need to be in practice mode for a couple of weeks so you really get a feel for this. I think you understand why. It's a lot of risk when you're live. All these choices are available, but the trade ID is paper trade. I'm already connected. So we get a green connect with trade ID as paper mode. That's the easiest way to get started. And then step two, there's kind of a step two. You saw all those different accounts. I want to just drop down in the account menu and signify that, yes, we are in fact now trading in the TI trade ideas paper trading mode. So that's the most important second step right there. So from here, you can do pretty much anything. You can trade manually. I'll show you up here. This button is called the advanced trade. So this is a whole new trade ticket on how you can decide if you want to trade in dollars or shares. So if you're going to trade manually, I'd go ahead and maybe use this interface. Like I can look at ATA right now and say, hey, buy me $5,000 worth by market. There we go. We're in market. I can click that advanced trade to turn that off, toggle that on and off. And now you can see it's showing the P&L where my entry is. And this is a manual trade. Yeah, you definitely want to open a chart. You want to have a chart or a layout. I can give you, I'll let you open a chart on your own. You can use any type of template that we already have. But I'll give you mine. I don't know if you're concerned about 15-minute charts or not, but this is a cloud copy of how my 15-minute chart looks like. Okay, cool. So here's our position, right? So we can do a couple things with this position. If all of a sudden we don't like it, we highlight it, and look, we got these buttons available over here. We can quickly flatten, or we can sell half. And selling 448 shares at the market. Okay, we sold half. Now, let's say we want to put a stop in on the remainder here. We can just right-click and say, add a stop order. Just pop that in there at 52. And then you'll see there should be a stop that would come in. Let's see here. Orders. All orders. Okay. We'll add that eventually. So, yeah. Thank you, Pepe. Definitely listen to Pepe. Okay, so that's the manual order entry in and out. You may have heard of the money machine. The money machine is, don't look at this as the final product. This is what Dan and Brad have been building with. This is the skeleton, and it needs a skin, okay? And for those that have been following along, this can be a really interesting way to auto trade and set up your parameters and how you want to do it. But this is like a cockpit of a 707, kind of tough for new users. So we're going to pivot to the AI assistant. And this is where, this is in the new beta version, by the way. Eventually, this will be connected to where we can talk to the money machine and configure our money machine in a more AI linguistic kind of a way. So cool. So for now, though, I was just kind of giving you the steps. So again, the skeleton of the money machine is here, but you're not going to use that interface. You're going to be using a different interface. We're getting a nice profit in $4 unrealized profit in our sim trade. Let's see here. Modify stop orders. Enter exact price. 40. I just want to see something. Why am I not seeing my stop order in there? Okay, there's another 3 buttons up here in the chart to remind you. There's a kind of a secondary menu. You can turn on and off things if you wanted to. The only other thing I haven't shown you is how do you like automate it? And a lot of people say, well, I want to take my strategy that I like and I want to, I want to automate this. Any stock that's pulling back, to the to the level that I've asked it to scan for, we do this. Here's the easiest way to do it. We right click and we save this whole configuration to what we call our cloud link. You just save it and it goes into your library and it goes into your clipboard. Now from here, we need to open up a new column and it's going to be called strategies. It's right there for you. It's not currently visible. And the strategies is where all the auto trading that you can configure and plug in take place. Because for now, that's the way it has to be done. We don't really have any templates set up for people. So you could take your my favorite stocks, pulling back, and I say, I want to buy every time this occurs. Don't worry about these. What I did earlier, that advanced manual sim trade, these are like the plugins for that. So these have no bearing on your strategy. But if we want to add a new strategy, there's an alert I set, but I don't have any money to buy it. That's too bad. We're going to right click inside. So we, again, real quickly, new strategies tab. Now we're in the strategies tab. We're going to add load from cloud. Because remember, I took my alert window and I copied the configuration to this cloud. So now I can load from the clipboard, which would be like that. And just add to existing. Okay, so it's called My Stocks. Pulling back. So I want this to be a buy order when they pull back to this level. So now we have to go in and we have to edit the parameters, to edit the trading strategy. All right, so first and foremost, it's going to be a long, even though it's a new low. I want to buy that new low because that's the moment I want to see it. So there's not much left. Oh, very important right here. First thing to do is make sure you scan the entire first page, and you want to make sure the account is set up to the TI paper trading, just like we were doing manually, because there's many different accounts that could go to automatically. You don't want to lose track of it. So our first tab is we're long direction. We got the name of it, and the account is going to go to that. Second strategy is maybe we've back tested this and we know that it doesn't really work well in the first 30 minutes. So I've already got that 10 o'clock Eastern, 7 Pacific. Maybe I don't want to run this strategy much past, an hour before the close. So that's important too. And then the details of the order. When you're trading in the auto trading, first thing I want to do is, I would recommend, you can fix shares is a dumb idea because there's different size stocks. You can just say if you've got a certain amount of allocation, fixed dollars is a popular one, or you can do it based on stop loss and say, I only want to risk so much that if I lose, whatever that risk value is, 200, I want out. You can learn more about that. This one here is the entry order. You cannot expect to get a good fill using limit orders, especially in the live market when you're trading your strategies. So we recommend using the market order. And time and force. Oops, hang on a second. $6. Limit offset. Why can't I get that limit offset going? What did I do wrong there? Why is that grayed out, Pepe? The limit offset. Oh, is that because it's a limit? Oh, limit only. Okay. So there's two different ways to do it. Let me rephrase that. Using a market order might not always be the best idea. It's been a while since I've done this. But what we can do is we can guarantee that we get a fill. Yeah, it needs to be limit. I got that. So what we use is the offset. You can see when I went to market, that all became grayed out, and I was confused. That doesn't work that way. But you can say limit order, but use the negative value and say, I will take anything up to 10 cents above. We'll call it 7 cents above. So the limit offset using a negative 7 cents is saying, I'll grab anything on the offer, but I'll stop buying at 7 cents above the current offer. And that usually will ensure you a pretty good fill on your automated strategy. Or you can go market if you're comfortable using market. Now, the risk management it's pretty simple. I mean, you want to use percent values, in my opinion. And you just, when you're back testing this stuff, you can say, risk 1% to make 3. So you could use a 1% offset, or 1.5% offset if you want to have that as your risk. And when the automated trade goes against you in that amount on percent, you're going to get stopped out. And then you get a target. You could add 3% target. So we're risking 1.5 to make 3. Trailing stops really don't work that well. It's best, most people use them in dollars, but you can see once I've enabled the trailing stop, the stop loss disables. So none. I think that's about the best way, and just leave the trailing stop disabled. Hold time, this is the kind of stuff that you would have prepared from your back testing, where you would know that maybe the ideal hold time for this one is 100 minutes, etc. And then that's it. So then you save your strategy. And then the most important last step is we're highlighting that and then enable. And you'll see why isn't that enabling? Oh, wait a second. Let's see. Strategy status. That's why I'm not seeing it. I went into the columns there. There we go. Strategy status on by highlighting and clicking enable. Now, really important, Richard, once you've got all the stuff that you did that I just did, don't close this window. Ideally, you can save. You can save as default, but more importantly, you want to save the entire layout. So you go in and you save the layout, ideally default layout, okay, the whole thing. And that'll guarantee that all the stuff that you did in here in your trading strategies and everything you've set up is going to be there for you the next time. So lastly, what I'll do is I'll drop a video that Chris has made that kind of goes over a lot of the stuff I just did. So it's the auto trading section and automation, and you can just kind of rehash on that video what I just went through. All right. That's the YouTube video. Cool. Obviously, I don't use that enough, so I'm a little rusty on some of the setups, but I'm not an auto trader. I manually trade everything discretionarily. You've seen some nice green come through. It's always nice to see that. Especially the one I was down the most in, which is the trade of the week, BFI. I don't know if this one's going to make it. Probably got too much energy to begin with, so I don't mind if I get stopped out on that blue line. I'll take that cash and recycle that cash into something better tomorrow. But again, really good looking, finally, really good looking candle here in the DJT chart because it's finally broken free of the shackles of the 50-day moving average. It's, I mean, if it reverses from here, then I've seen everything, but it's a long day. Yeah, you're welcome. Navigating here, you're not going to digest it all in one day. So, come again. Tomorrow we're dark. Dan is in Italy. None of us can really duplicate what Dan does. He's got access to all the secret code stuff. So tomorrow, and Barry will remind you that there's nobody here tomorrow. Andy will be here Thursday because I got to take Thursday off, but I'll be here Friday. So if you come, Richard, Thursday and Friday again, you probably have a stack of questions between now and then. We can help you out because if you do that, showing up here is the reason we show up here. Is we want people to show up and seriously try to shorten their learning curve on a pretty complex, rich product. It can be intimidating for a lot of people, and you'd be surprised how many people just kind of throw their arms up and say, this isn't for me. But you gotta, ask us what you want and we'll show you what we can. That CMPS, I've got two of these psychedelic stocks, ATAI and CMPS. So if I wanted to get out of the trade, I would just highlight it, go back to my positions. I've got one position, $4, highlight it and click flatten, and it's gone. What you can do, Richard, is you can send a screenshot to, I'll give you the email, and you can say, hey, I'm going to attend today, and this is appropriate to my question. So you could send any screenshots to us in email, but since we're on the YouTube channel, they don't allow links and images to come through on the chat. But yeah, if you set it up ahead of time, the host will address your question. And what's nice is, let me just show you quickly. What I sent earlier was like if you like my chart, see, I just save the configuration here. It's called DFTX, Stephanium. So I'm going to save and share this. And you and anybody else watching can open this exact configuration. So I copy to my clipboard. And then I paste it. And I'll show you what happens. If you click that URL, it basically takes you to something that looks like this. You can right-click that URL and copy link address, or you can open the URL and just click copy on your end. And then once you've done that, and once you've received a cloud link on your end and you've clicked copy, just load from cloud, and there it is. And watch, it'll be a duplicate of my chart. So anybody that opens that link, you can send and receive and share layouts and things like that. So just giving you that heads up, Richard, you can use that feature if you want to share anything with us. Sometimes that works better than just an image. You have show AI trades enabled on my chart. I'm getting purchase price, but not getting stop or target price displayed. Let's see, there's a couple of options that you'd want to look for. If you right click and go to properties, let's do this together. You're not going to get a target, but let's see. Let me look real quick here. What if we use the browser interface? I think that's what it is. Okay. Okay. I think what you might have to do is turn the browser interface off to get those. Can't remember what the issue is, but I know there's a couple of, when we turn the browser interface back on, we do have these three dots up here as an additional menu. But I'm trying to rack my brain as to what we do show. One of the things you want to do in terms of what your stop price is, if it's not going to show on the chart, but what we can do is we can right click and go to columns and stop price. We want to add that to our sheet. Okay. And now we click OK. Now we have a new column called a stop price. So on this particular chart, $2.03. right there. We could just put a price alert in. So we're getting it on the grid display, but they're not showing on the chart. It's been that way for a little while. I can't recall why they're doing it. But my advice is to, again, right click and add a column that gives you that stop price so you can monitor what that stop price is. And the targets are going to be up to you. Boy, DFT, all the psychedelic names. I'll take it. But I'm tapped out. I don't really have anything more. I got some stops in if things don't work. And at the end of the day, 10 minutes before the close, I'll be going through all my positions and seeing if anything is closing weak and under a moving average that I don't want to keep for tomorrow. I'll just raise more cash with that. But that's still a ways away. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, get your default set up, and you can send us a copy of that using that cloud link, Richie. I keep looking at XRX, and it's in the armpit. I think I mentioned that earlier with Nebius. All right, so once something breaks that blue line, once it breaks that 50 SMA, it becomes unhealthy. And it'll give you a little a bounce of encouragement, and if you chase that bounce, you're going to run right smack into the smelly armpit, which is the rolling over of the 10 and 20 moving average. So that's what's been happening. That's what's keeping me out of Xerox. I've wanted to a couple times. Trust me, I tried it. I tried to buy it off the 50. The very next day it closed like that. I said, see ya. And all it did is bounce 3-4 days, and now it's just getting caught up again in the armpit. And the declining 10, declining 20, pinned under the 50. I'm no longer interested in this stock as it is right here. Just like I'm kind of no longer really interested in Nebius. They're all pinned under their moving averages, stuck under the 50. This is a major change, I think, for some of these names. And I want to start to find things that are looking positive, not hoping for a turnaround. For instance, GJT looking positive. These psychedelic names looking positive. They're not trapped. Nix, that's definitely an outlier, but I feel like I got a great entry off that anchored VWAP down there yesterday. Just $1.12, I think, is my price. I did not add to it. I had plenty yesterday. Review Holly recommendations. Getting the below message. Okay. I would go into the trade our live chat here. I'm going to show you. If you just go into our live chat, there may be something that needs to be done right there, that chat bubble. They can look up your account, and I don't know if you haven't done your exchange agreements. That's one reason that would show it. Another reason is you might not be connected. You can always click on account and reset connection for a fresh reset. You do not have permission to use this window. Yeah, I did not do. Okay, that's exactly what it is. Hang on there, and I'll get you the link. I can send you the link here to avoid you having to go to chat. Okay, just make sure that you're logged in with the username and all that, the correct one. If you have more than one account, that's an issue. But if you just have one account, make sure you're logged in. And then go ahead and click that link. And then once you complete the exchange agreement, the live data will start to flow, or you can restart trade ideas. All right. Oh, wow. It's 9:45 already. Time flies. Let's go through a few of these. Alternate energy, bottom picker. TMQ, another bottom picker in copper. These are some of the names. If they don't shape up by the close, I could let them go. EDS is China, and it's giving me a tough name, but I like this chart. I'll tell you why. So, boom, broke the 50 right there. All bets are off. Down, bouncing up into the armpit, getting slammed back down, declining. All of a sudden, the price action changes lanes. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Today is day number 5 above a flattening 20 and a rising 10. I call this a bird in the hand. You can fly away. It's just resting in the palm. It's no longer being hit over the head. It's now sitting in the palm of the moving averages. And this is all, a lot of times it's early precursor to a good trend change. So I don't know what happened to Hertz, but this thing is death. I'd stay away from that. Can't stop this ATAI. Really need the ABTC to just keep going, though. That's the irresponsible side. Hi, can you please share your chart with the resistance lines? Yeah, so let me give you the daily that I was just referring to, which I'm pretty sure that's what you're talking about. I'll set it on the NASDAQ Qs, and then we'll share this, and I'll show you which ones are which. There's only 4 moving averages on there. It's the 10 in green, the red in 20, which I call the backstop. And when the backstop breaks, it's going to come challenge the 50, which I call the general bill of health. The NASDAQ is barely clinging to. And then all that space down there to the rising 200. So 200, 50, 20, and 10. And like I did in, what was it? Was it NIX? Yeah. The purple line there is an anchored VWAP. You can click the anchor. Like if we go to Barfly here, let's do an anchored VWAP in Barfly. So we click the anchor, and we'll start at the beginning of the move. No, we'll start at the gap. Let's do that. We'll put it right at the gap where the volume came in, and we can see it's being held down. So it's being held under the VWAP, but the 20 is trying to hold the bottom. Interesting. That's the most interesting place to start it. So that's my chart. I use those basic lines, but at the same time, I will add an anchored VWAP every now and then just to see what's going on. As long as rum stays green, I'll stay in it. It's a garbage chart. Again, I don't even know why I'm in it, but 200-day moving average, if it can resolve that, I want to be in it and add to it. So it's not a big position. ABTC is a big position. That one needs to shape up and hold itself. Oh, XE, might be time to cut this guy. I think it is. I can't buy you anymore. You're just garbage. Cut. Rather have the cash for tomorrow. And I've already got other energy stocks lined up, so especially DJT being one of them, but an EOSE, and that one's starting to fail. But I'll give it to the close. It's not. This is the kind of chart where if I get out now here midday, it could turn around and close strong, and I get mad at myself. So I'm just going to let it work itself through the day. And if it wants to build on what it did yesterday on that candle and get back up into the game, I'll keep it. But if not, I'll cut it. It's zero tolerance on these, these bottom pickers. You don't get married to them except ABTC. I got married to ABTC and I'm underwater. The butterfly network was really interesting. On this day back here, it came on my radar because I started reading about it. And they, like, you ever seen like those 360 cameras where they're like standing around a golfer and there's cameras all the way around, and then the camera can pan and show you every angle. Well, they make the chips that make something like that, and they immerse somebody in water, and those chips, they're not piezoelectric chips. They're a different type of magnetic resonance chip, and they can literally create imaging just by using sound waves and water with the body immersed in water. So you can imagine the non-invasive. It's not MRI. It's not CAT scans. It's not radiation. So it's a promising, cool technology, and that's what Butterfly is all about. I just, when you look at the chart, does the chart confirm the story? Well, that was a big story, and they haven't been able to fill that gap. And for now, the 20 SMA is holding it. So that's what I'm banking on. I'm banking on continued excitement about a new technology that might push it higher. The shorts, 14%. It's not that bad, not that great. But that's the reasoning behind Butterfly, or Barfly when it's drunk and not going up higher. You give it a bad name. Stim is a new name I was watching. Again, another one of these new kind of therapies, whether it's psychedelic, whether it's Butterfly non-invasive. This is like a electrostimulation to the nervous system for people with ALS or other diseases, more neuromuscular diseases. I think it kind of helps them. So this one came on my radar as well. I traded it. I got out because it hit the 200-day moving average, but you can see that blue line trying to maybe anticipate a re-entry. So right click, price alert. I use those all the time just to kind of nudge me and let me know the price is happening that I wanted to see. What am I going to do? All right. Hopefully I didn't miss any questions. I'm glad to have helped out a few people. It feels like people showed up for some help. That's why we do this. Very important. Very important to show up so we can help. We don't do phone calls, and we can only do limited stuff in chats and drop links. But when you show up here, you can get live and continued support. So, please keep showing up if you need more help. As far as the sectors go today, it looks like saying software changed from the open, the gap down big. Solar, financials are doing really well. Uranium is trying to hang in there, but everything kind of gapped up. There's that copper. And technology. Feels like we're close to some sort of resolution, guys, with the major market. NASDAQ just being painted into a literal corner here. Whichever way we break out and close is going to be the way in which the market resolves. And typically the markets will resolve in the same direction. So I'm loaded up with the intent of being early and anticipating with risk on, because the last thing I want to do is be in a frenzy chasing things after a nice headline. And the market seems to be setting up for a headline. Yeah, so probably on the trade ideas, just go to the trade ideas education channel there. And go to the live section. In about an hour, today's live as well as yesterday's live will be up there. We archive all of them. So they're going to be in the Trade Ideas channel under the live section. But I'm not going to be here Thursday. I'll be here on Friday. I'm switching with Andy this week. So hopefully I fed the gods in Butterfly by kicking a third because it was a bit overweight. I didn't follow my own advice in the trade of the week, knowing that the average true range in this sucker, I want to keep that in there. Actually, I'm going to put that back in. Configure, true, average true range, show column, okay. Save layout. I want to be able to refer to that Average true range is 78 cents. It was actually bigger on the weekend. But it's almost $1 for a $7 stock. That's a lot. So you got to have smaller size to let it wiggle around. 22 cents in NIX. I bet you ARQQ has a big range. Yeah, $3.82. Yikes. All right, yeah, you're welcome. Join anytime. Wednesday, you don't get as much interaction. You basically got to kind of let Dan, the CEO, explain the direction of what we're doing and give you guys updates. But Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, the traders are in here and we solely focus on your questions and trying to get you guys going, whether it's the exchange agreements or share a cloud link. But Dan sessions are great too. There's not too many CEOs who come on live once a week and give you guys updates. Face the music. Face the music.
Yeah, no Dan tomorrow though.
No Dan tomorrow. He's in Italy, not facing the music.
In Italy, cool.
Enjoying the non-air conditioned seats.
Yeah. Oh my God. No kidding.
He goes, well, we have AC in the hotel. I'm like, great. You're not going to stay in the hotel all day.
Yeah. Wow. No kidding. What a heat wave. Okay, my friend, I know you got to go. So now you will be switching with Andy.
Friday.
You're not going to do Thursday. You're going to do Friday.
Correct.
Okay. We'll see you then.
See ya. Let me exit here.
Okay. Okay, I think we're back in both rooms right now. I think the screen is up and get rid of my announcement. I did a reboot, guys. I have a feeling something's going on. One of my monitors, I think, is just about dead. And that's, I think, causing a little bit of that noise you heard. And it is flickering on and off. So, I've often thought I really don't need 3 big monitors. I could easily get away with 2. So we'll see what happens. See if this actually persists. Make sure the plug is sealed all the way. I did go in the back a little bit to make sure, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Now, what you don't see is, now I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas because I'm wondering if that was the issue, but what you don't see is I actually ended up taking the CNTB. It was showing up here a little while ago. Remember I said I was bound and determined to take one of these cheap ones. It did okay. The trigger was 250. It got up to 260. I mean, nothing fantastic, but I'm not in it anymore. It's starting to fade a little bit. Had a little bit of room when you look at the daily chart. 283 was the high. So that's why I took it. Now the trug showed up also, TRUG, another cheap one. But when I looked left, I did not like the fact that the alert was at a 135 or so. And yeah, the alert would have been around 130. And then the next high is 134. So I would not take that trade. Wow. SPCX has just been on a dive from right around here, 143 down to 138. So, Rich, I don't know if you're still in the room, in the YouTube room. I saw the questions you're asking. Yeah, I would say this, that very, very few of our traders auto trade. Okay, very few. I always say it like this. If I thought, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from auto trading. If you're making money on auto trading, more power to you. I could never figure out a way, and so I would never auto trade. But I saw that was probably the gist of your questions. And I know C was answering. I sort of caught the tail end of a lot of the stuff. Yeah, SSPC must look awfully nice right now. SSPC, it's going to be almost straight up right from here. So again, in case you guys don't know, you want to short SPCX, you can buy this. You get double the move. So the stock itself, SPCX, is barely positive. Okay, and this is how you can take part in shorting SPCX by buying this. Lucid. Let's take a look at Lucid. William, you're talking about that one. Yeah, Lucid. Lucid Ways going private or Chapter 11. Just like you said. Okay, guys, it's 101. So I think I'll go over my homepage one last time today. I think it's been changed, the promo. Yes. Okay. So you now can take out a subscription using this promo code. Okay. So Barry 15, that'll get you 15 5% off, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. Okay. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Why? I moderate 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and this room right here, the main room. And when the company sees my code being used often enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering about this room, this is free also. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room, interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come in here. It's free. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing it. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. That'd be 3:45 my time. I'm not getting up like I used to. I used to do it, but not anymore. I get on the mic, both rooms, between 9 and 9:15. I've never seen a Lucid. Do they make cars or trucks, or never seen one in Vancouver? Keep scrolling down and you can, well, Steve, who just did his YouTube stint between 12 and 1 in YouTube, he's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. You're going to take out a subscription or you're thinking about it, just click on the education section, the more info, and take a look at the getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? That is mandatory if you're taking out a subscription. If you don't have it yet, though, and you're wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the last one. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try, okay? And you can always take out a monthly subscription, and if you don't like it, you can always unsubscribe. Back to basics. If this is for you, if you're new to trading, free series of videos, there are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Here they are, middle section, scans and races. Ah. So here are these. Here are the two races. The large cap race is right here. The more volatile race is this one. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And the Halts resumes is down here. Again, it is blank, basically blank right now because I had to do another reboot. And I have other scans that I'm currently sharing. The daily trend reversals is the only one I have up and running. But I do have these other scans. You can take a look at them if you want. Momentum scan, gap scanner. Is that what they make? Oh, cars and sedans. I see cars and sedans. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd ever buy one. I don't mean loosely, but a sedan. I'm too used to my SUV. Just so practical. You want to transport anything. I mean, it's so practical. All right, guys, let's see. ZSQR. This is on its way down. Another new low here. This is an all-time low. Yeah, all-time low. All-time low. Hmm. Labatt's. I was a Molson drinker. Canada, you're all either a Molson drinker or a Labatt drinker. Way back when. This is before all the different breweries came in and the craft beers and Guinness. You know, this is interesting. This is through the View app. I'm sorry, not IKT. Sorry, I want to take a look at the ZSQR again. This is an all-time low right now. Would have been nice to have seen it right here at 651. Wow. All-time low. What do they do? Computing and digital infrastructure company, which engages in operating digital asset. Okay. So it's Dogecoin. Okay. Tell me what is not an overpriced pig. Okay, William. Give me an example of something that is not an overpriced pig. All right, guys. Well, this might be interesting. This is not an all-time high. No, it's not an all-time high, but look how it's basing nicely over the VWAP. This is VRNS at the high of the day, just over the whole number, which I like. And the next high in a monthly chart anyway, 63.86. Yeah, that's because you have it. NVO. That's why you have it. I'm clearly kidding you. This might be interesting for some of you guys. I mean, it's a more expensive stock. It's had a great 3-week run, a great 4-month run, actually a good 4-week run, a good 4-month run, coming back from getting hammered down from 63 down to 19. I mean, look at the room it's got on a monthly chart. Almost $64 on a monthly chart. I'm going to back out the weekly just to see if there's anything closer. There probably is. No, not really. That's the same. That week is the same as that month. Press release, Varonis extends AI security coverage to Code and Claude co-work. Refuse to call it Claude. It's even trading 2 times normal. You know, some of these will not be like that, but it's even trading 2 times normal. Sorry, Obi, I'm just seeing that post you mentioned about the CLRO. Okay, that's still really choppy. Very, very choppy, but yeah, above the VWAP at least. Well, again, I look at this METU, and boy, what a up, down through the VWAP, another big pop up. Now it's starting to move down again. I mean, this is really, I mean, it's a good trader. This METU, a really good trader. You know, maybe the VWAP acts as another magnet again. You know, the VWAP is over 2714. So plenty of volume. Spread's pretty good, 2-3 cents. What's my take on MU Micron? I don't have a take. You know, I mean, obviously it's been a look at the daily chart, very spotty on the daily chart. I mean, that's a tough trader on a daily chart. I don't really have a take on it. If you're talking about, you know, buying it right now as a day trade, I mean, it's over the VWAP. But other than that, I don't really have a take on it. I mean, it's trying to move a little bit higher here, but I don't see it's not trading anything abnormally. 0.74, you know, 0.74. I mean, it's not trading anything abnormally. So, but I mean, I look at this daily chart, it's so ugly. When did I add DAC? Good afternoon, or wherever you are in the world. When did you add that text feature? Nice to scroll what you were talking. Oh, I see. I did not add it. I don't even know. I know it. One build that the guy made, I guess it automatically happened. Most didn't like it, so I had to show them how to. So I don't know. I didn't do it. I don't even know. I don't even know where that option is right now. I know you guys can control it, whether you want to see it or not. But yeah, but I don't know where. I don't know where that happens. You're talking about in here, right? Of course, you got me on mute, but Well, to be honest, well, again, you can't hear me, but you can read what I'm going to say. To be honest, I didn't even know it was there until somebody pointed it out that many, many months ago. And then we had to figure out how to disable it because a lot of people didn't want it. I had no idea. Whatever I say disappears after a few seconds. So I had no idea. We haven't talked about that for months. Um, okay, guys. You know, the ZSQR, which is down here is an all-time low, so a little bit of a pull up here. I might have to put a price limit around 562, and I might take one of these really cheap shorts if it does that. Not on my end though, right, Pepe? I mean, there's my speaker icon, unless it's that gear there. That speaker icon just turns my mic on and off in the room. Oh, you mean this speaker right there? At any rate, oh, I see. Yeah, cool. Okay, there it is. So if you want the chat, okay, the subtitles, they're off. All right, guys, 116. So more than likely, unless I get questions, I don't know. Well, I know, William, you said you might keep the room open today after I leave for 5 minutes and see what sort of postings there are. Wow, no kidding. Lucid halted on the way down again. Yeah, getting crushed. The end is near. Now, I wouldn't mind shorting this, except now the spread has gone stupid. 55, 56, 65. It was a couple of pennies before, so don't like that. Well, the crystal ball says no, well, 366. Okay, 366 potential open. So there's the halt price for Lucid LCID, 385, and there's the potential open. And again, I reiterate, this blue window that I'm showing here has got nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? It is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, it may be cul-de-sac time, guys, if somebody puts up their hand and says, sure. Pepe says, do it. Okay, so William says he is going to keep the room open. This is the deal, guys. When I leave, whatever time that is, sometime between 2 and 2:30, more than likely closer to 2, William will keep the room open for at least 5 minutes. If nobody posts anything, he's shutting it down. It's that simple. If people post stuff, he'll keep it open as long as you post stuff. And not nonsense. Okay. He'll keep it open Yeah, as long as you post stuff and keep it interesting, he'll keep the room open. Wait a moment, I'm trying to find a super low floater. You know, that NXCC that I thought if it could hold over 7 is starting to make a run here, but it's coming from 625 up to 690, so that's a big run already. So LCID just came out of its halt, and well, it moved down. How is APAM looking? From Richard in our YouTube room. Pretty good. I mean, it's been a beautiful day. A couple little jogs down into the wave, but now does that mean you take it now? No, I wouldn't. I mean, you'd be chasing it, but and also let's take a look on the weekly chart. The next high looking left. Next high looking left is 3808, so it's very close to that high. So that could stall it. Okay, that could stall it. And look at the monthly, the same sort of thing. So it may have run its course, getting close to that 38. It may turn into maybe a short. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to stop it, that 3808, but that 3805, excuse me. But that's what I would be looking at. But a nice run, though. Definitely a nice run. CNEY. Yeah, probably don't see this one at all because it's under $1. Yeah, I think the demise of my monitor is very, very close. But well, when I get out of here, I'm going to do a reboot and see if that helps it. But I don't like it. It's flashing on it. Not this one, but the other one is. I have 3 monitors, and this one is flashing on and off. I think everything is secure, so I don't think that's the issue. And that APAM was showing up on my large cap race also. Well, let's see. Look, it may not be stalled there, but that would be an interesting level for potentially shorting it. Kind of a crummy day with our AI today. Really nothing happening. Well, thoughts on as in holding it overnight? Never for me. Never, 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 never. Could hit 100. It could hit zero. But I mean, it's well. There. Okay, here's an example: 520,000 in the float. But I mean, I would personally, I would never be holding any of these overnight. Okay. I mean, you can get immensely rewarded, but I just don't want to even, I would not want to think about it waking up in the morning and seeing what it could be. Well, after hours, yeah, I mean, if after hours, I mean, look, if it took out the high, if it really started to rip, 49 is the high, right? I mean, you're right. After hours, as long as you are control, I thought you meant overnight, like literally holding it overnight. I mean, at least you have some control after hours. I think the big thing would be to hold the VWAP. The VWAP's down here around 36. Try to hold the VWAP. All right. So this is after a blog report on possible Chapter 11 filing. So this is not coming from the company. Trading lower following reports suggesting companies suggesting. Now, I don't know if the company has actually said all this, so you got to be careful. I'm not saying Lucid is a great company, but you got to be careful also. Now, this is put in quotes. Lucid ways going private. If that is coming from them, okay. So I mean, this is this EV blog reporting all this, okay? Well, William, I'm glad I'm not a stock. Well, I go by the pound. I did not realize this. CRMT is actually an earnings play too. CRMT is an earnings play. America's Car Mart. America's Car Mart. This is an earnings play. This could be interesting going forward, guys. I mean, it's had a nice day, obviously. It's a pretty low float. Nice day, up 30%. Will we get continuation? Because when you look at the weekly chart, 424 is the next high. What did it get to today? It got to 405. So if it can take that out, then the next high after that is 732. So I'd be putting a price alert right around the high there. I'm going to put a price alert around 423, just in case it has a second day continuation off earnings, because it has a lot of room. You can see the two daily highs are right there in that week right here, almost three of them. Yep. Wow. Unbelievable. Look at this. I mean, you're right. This is going to nothing almost. I mean, 271 now, 298 is the halt price. For Lucid, 271, potential open. A lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers that I did not take, 1.1 million shares. All right, guys, QTTB, will it hold 20? Okay, it's sitting right on 20 now. I mean, it's been falling, but it's sitting right on 20. Yeah, I just had a pop. I mean, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. Looks like there's pretty decent support around 20. Okay, but it's already had the pop. All right. Well, as APAM continues to inch its way up, I mean, the next high, there's that high right there on the weekly chart, 3805. So it's right there. And then the next high is 3824. So I'm going to put a price alert in this area and see, well, maybe get stuck there. So again, SDOT is another one of those super low floaters that I'm running into this issue now. Yeah, this used to happen to me. I wouldn't call it frequently, but maybe a couple of times a month, especially in the pre-market, where I would type a symbol into a chart, and for whatever reason, the system would freeze on me. And it happened earlier today. It's not normal, but my system is frozen, I believe. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Well, I have to do another reboot. Hopefully that's not going to persist. Well, it shouldn't be. I mean, as you know, well, you don't know necessarily, but we did the old thermal paste last year, and that quieted my machine down an amazing amount. in the two areas in which thermal pasting is required. But anything is possible. You're right. All right. Well, getting back to SDOT, let's hopefully this time. So, I mean, you're asking me thoughts on it. Well, I mean, look, again, it's a super low float, 890,000 in the float. It has been, hit a high, what, 21? It has been drifting down. There's no, yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're wondering about buying it. Well, I wouldn't be. I mean, right now, I mean, it's sure. I mean, it makes some wild swings. The orange is starting to flatten out a bit, so maybe the selling pressure is starting to abate, but that's up to you. I mean, there's the VWAP. That's far enough away in terms of potential magnet. But I also look here at the spread. I mean, 1675, 1716. You always have to deal with that spread. You did see the real DAC in the room. Yes, I think so. And unbelievably, there are actually shorts available for me anyway. I'll bet I can't. I bet you they won't let me do it. But there are 23,000 at Interactive Brokers. The fee rate is 871%. So that is, I certainly wouldn't do it. But I hard for me to now. I can't even remember if SDOT is one of those ones that I wasn't allowed to buy at Interactive Brokers. See, you've been missed, Dak. You have been missed. That's a very technical question you've asked me, Elias. How do I add that orange thing on the chart? You're talking about that. So that's what we call the TI wave, okay? Yeah, that's right. Remember Steve/stock scores. Yes. All right. So Elias and anybody else who wants to add the TI wave to their charts, this is that orange thing, okay? Or it could be blue, depending on what you're looking at. So here's how you do it. First thing, I'm going to take my daily chart. I'm going to duplicate it. You don't have to do that, but I just want to have it so it's up and make it a little bit bigger for you to show you what I'm going to do. Okay, so first thing, Elias, you can hear me, and anybody else who wants to add the wave to their charts, want to make sure you can hear me, see what I'm doing. Just need a yes. Okay. All right. So the first thing to do, and you can add the wave to any time frame. I'm just demonstrating it on the daily chart, but you can add it on any time frame. So right click, and the first thing to do is you have to check use browser interface. Now, if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. Okay, but if you right click on your chart, you have to check use browser interface. First step. Okay, now the wave appeared on my chart because I had done it before. But if you've never used the wave before, then you won't see it. So I'm going to go step by step. So I want to make sure you are able to find that, and use browser interface is now checked. So if I see a yes, that means I can go to the next step. Okay. Now, when that happened, now depending on the size of your chart, if your chart is very small, you won't see the icons up here. Watch what happens when I expand the chart. See, these icons just showed up, okay? So your chart has to be a certain size for you to see these icons up here. Now, depending on the version of trade ideas you have, you're either going to see, so hopefully you're on this version. There's a little anchor. To the left of the anchor is the indicator icon. Okay, so if you see that, then you click on it, and Trade Wave is one of the options. So if I click on Trade Wave right now, it's a toggle on and off. That's why it disappeared. The wave disappeared. So I can go back, click on it, and click on Trade Wave, TI Wave. Okay, and now it shows up. Now, if you don't see the icon like this, you might see FX. Okay, FX. That might be your, depending on the version of trade ideas you're on. So, Elias, can you either see that icon or FX, and you just click on it and then you enable it? You just click on it, and then TI Wave shows up, and you click on TI Wave and your wave will show up. Did that work? Again, if you can't see any icons at all, it means your chart is too small. Now, you don't have to keep the chart the same size. Like once you've got the wave on, you can reduce it to whatever size you want, but it has to be at least a certain size in order to see these icons up here. So are we good? I think that last yes meant we're good. Okay. So the wave, this is just a nice visual presentation. It helps me to keep in trades a lot longer than I ever used to. If I were short this one, if I had been short this one up here at say 539, I'd be riding the wave down. But right here is where I'd be probably taking some profit. The reason being is that it's gone so parabolic. What I like this, first of all, for me, let me get APAM. I think that was a really nice one. This is a pretty decent looking wave all the way up, okay? Just a couple of times and where the bars pierced into the wave, but you see how narrow the wave is. It's when it starts getting really fat, parabolic, that the bottom of the bars, and if you're using candlesticks, the bottom of the candlesticks are not touching the top of the wave. What I want is for them to keep touching the top of the wave, because for me anyway, I think that a lot of people, then it's not getting terribly parabolic. Now, look, obviously, if you're down here in this, if you're in this one, you don't mind it getting parabolic. But if you got into that trade right here and it starts getting parabolic, I mean, it's not bad, but what might happen is you're going to get people saying, oh, a little too parabolic right now. I'm going to start taking some profit. Okay. And as opposed to just, gently riding the wave up and up and up and up until it really turns, and gets to a yellow color. And yes, you can choose the colors of the waves if you want. I'm answering Connell in our YouTube room. I remember now Connell, but I like Connell. So there are some options. So if I click on the indicator, and right beside TI Wave, there's a little, I call this the option icon. So you click on that, and here's how you can control the colors of your waves. Okay. So here's my up color is blue, my down color is orange, but you click on it and a palette comes up. So you can choose whatever colors you want. And there are all sorts of other options in here, okay? I have not done anything. I have not changed anything, okay? I mean, there's a way in which you can give me a moment. So you've got your moving average type EMA, your fast EMA, your slow EMA. You can change that to SMA. You can change the periods and all that. I don't do any of that. I have left it the way it came. I don't know enough about it to make any intelligent changes to it. I found that it works well enough for me the way I've been using it. So why am I going to make any changes? Alaska John, are you live? Well, I hope so. This is in our YouTube room. In YouTube, there's about a seven, I don't know, it's a 5, 6, 7 second delay, okay, in the audio. And that's because of YouTube. YouTube imposes that. Well, that's an old one. Is it live or is it Memorex? So if you wanted to ask a question, Alaska John, you can. Yes, you are, within reason, 5 to 6 seconds live. Most people, when they're in YouTube, they just want to maybe look at the screen and they're not trading off what they're seeing. They're just wanting to hear me, I suppose, and look at the screen, but they're not necessarily trading off the screen. I was wondering about this QTTB holding 20 and it didn't. And I just want to see, shoot, there are shares available for me to short. So watching this to see if it could hold 20 a little while ago. And nope. I mean, look at the room it's got on a weekly chart. I mean, $10, $11 is the next low. On the daily chart, yesterday's low was 17. But it's another one with I don't love, look at the spread, 20-cent spread, 1950, 1970. Don't like the spread. It's too bad. If this had shown up earlier, and it might have, I've done several reboots of trade ideas, but this is ASMU. This is a 2-time bull. What's the volume is not great. I think the reason it's showing up now is because my minimum volume is 200,000, and I don't think this has been updated yet. No, actually, it's 150,000. So there's another reason why it wasn't showing up. Are you talking about what is the orange dot on the 5-minute chart? Is that what you meant? An orange dot? You mean this sell flag? That sell flag there? Okay. So this is trying to tell you like the buy flag and the sell flag, okay? These are trying to indicate trend changes. Now, obviously, in this case, you had a buy flag, a sell flag, and a buy flag in rapid succession. If I look at a SPY chart, that's what it's trying to tell you. You had a buy flag, and I'm not saying this is beautiful. It was pretty choppy, but then eventually the trend changed. So you got this orange sell, and then as it was reversing, you got the buy flag and the blue. It's all to do with TI wave, okay? Sort of trying to indicate when trends could be changing. The wave generates it. Yeah, it's automatic. Now the problem is that many people, me myself included, be nice to be able to create your own scan, okay, and that being the trigger, getting a buy flag or a sell flag as your real-time alert trigger. Can't do it. And Dan isn't in tomorrow in the YouTube room. He's not doing his Wednesday 12 to 1 session. Now, there is a way which you can kind of get a real-time alert if you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Market Explorer. And this box will pop up. Right-click on the box and select Strategy pops up and hover over it. And just keep moving down. You're not clicking, you're not clicking, you're not clicking. TI Wave, another box pops up. TI Wave by 5 minutes. Now, you cannot adjust this at all. So in other words, you might say, well, yeah, but I want it on a 3-minute or a 10-minute or a 2-minute. This is what you've got. And you cannot adjust the price range or anything, but you will get a real-time alert. So for instance, what time is it now? In theory, every 5 minutes, in theory, you'll get an alert. Not 100% of the time, but I'm just looking back here. It looks like every 5 minutes there was one. Right here, it skipped 120 because nothing met the filter requirements. But so if you look at ANGO, ANGO, you can probably see a little buy flag somewhere. So let me go to V. See a little buy flag there? Now, does that mean you just jump in and take the trade? Not necessarily, but that is what it's doing. There are other filters in place, okay? It's not just every time there's a buy flag, and it doesn't generate anything for the sell flags. There are other filters in place, so it's not just every time there's a buy flag on a chart. Otherwise, you'd be inundated. Notice that there's only like 3 or 4 of them at 145. Buy flag right there for the CLSK. And it does work in the pre-market. I'm not saying you'll get any. You may not get in. You may not get anything in the pre-market, but it would work in the pre-market. And when I say you might not get anything, it may not. It may be because nothing met the requirements. But I can see that NXTC at 845, GMAX 830. Okay. So you could take this window and you could run it all day. I mean, have it up and running all day and just click, every 5 minutes. In theory, you'll get an alert. Now, notice at 9:30, you're inundated with alerts right on the open, inundated. So you may not want to look at them at 9:30. I mean, there's so many. And again, if you want that, you just click on from the toolbar, click on New, Market Explorer window, right click, hover, hover over Select Strategy. The big box pops up. Keep moving down, down, down. TI Wave buy. Now you can look at it on a daily and a weekly also. So guys, this might be getting close to a top here. It may be getting close to a top. The APAM, you can see what it's doing, coming into these weekly highs right now. I'm not saying it's going to stall there, but it's possible. For me, I would put a price alert around 37.94, just underneath 38, and see if it gets down there. And that may be the beginning of the end for a while. But you can see how the wave can work. It can help keep you in a trade for a lot longer than maybe you used to. I mean, the wave is just visual. It's highly, it's obviously a very visual presentation of these bars or candles moving higher. For instance, if I'd been in this trade down here, 37, more than likely, I may have been out of that trade right here as it was stalling and looked like it was starting to move down. More than likely, I probably would have been out of my entire position previous. I'm not saying I wouldn't have taken anything off, but I would probably have been out of my entire position right around here. And then I would miss this nice move up. Very similar to APAM. Very similar. The only issues are, it's kind of you'd like to see right there. You'd be taking, if you're in this one here, I would be taking some off here as the bars penetrate the wave. The ideal situation is that the wave just, sits on top of the bars just sit on top of the wave and don't like really penetrate the wave. Boy, oh boy, yeah. I mean, so yeah, Lucid had a little bit of a pop up. Look how fat the wave got. Did not transition to blue, even close. Now, you can always go to a lower time frame just to see, though. No, not even on the lower time frame. I'll even go to a minute. No, I'll even go to I'll go to our 10-second chart. Oh, wait a minute, we don't have one. Sorry, my internal joke. Boy, oh boy, I mean, can this go right back down to that low? All-time low? I'm glad somebody got it, Pepe. I mean, sipping your Celsius Still front and center, right at eye level at my Save On Foods, right at eye level. Easy to get it. Well, I've been afraid to tell you that I have bought it. I buy one. Okay, I buy one a week, and I sip it. It lasts me the whole week. Just in the morning, I want something cold, and I want something with a little flavor. Is that okay? Just one, one though, or better still, just ship it to me. I know you and Pepe are reasonably close in terms of distance. Sir Walter Raleigh, have you ever heard that old skit? It's still on the YouTube. I mean, on YouTube. Bob Newhart as Sir Walter Raleigh trying to explain the concept of smoking to Queen Elizabeth, Elizabeth the First, and why it's going to be a huge thing. Oh, you got to do it. So just no. Well, I don't know if I don't even know if I don't think it was on TV. I think it was a radio. I think it was on an album, like in the old days when people used. I think they used to have albums, comedy albums. Look it up. Bob Newhart as Sir Walter Raleigh, trying to explain the concept of smoking. Yeah, you light this thing and you inhale a bunch of, I mean, it's crazy. In the only in the way that Bob Newhart can do things. There you go. Pepe found it in an instant. See, Pepe really is. There really is no Pepe. He's an AI. Okay, sorry, sorry, AI Pepe. We've been fooling people for so long now that I have to tell people Pepe is not a real person. Okay, he is an original AI that I developed and put into the room. Still, the all-time great ending to a sitcom, in my opinion. The all-time great. Whoever came up with the idea was a pure genius. The Newhart Show and the Bob Newhart Show, then the Newhart Show, and at the end of the second one, he waking up in bed with Suzanne Plachette saying, "I had the wildest dream. I was an innkeeper and all these crazy people." Brilliant, in my opinion. Nope. I'm going to stick to my guns on the Newhart ending. So we've deviated a little bit from trading, guys. Sorry about that for those of you expecting genius stock talk. Yeah, it's the big one. It's the big one. Yeah. Jeez. Memorex still exists, really? No miss in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Well, I think I don't see anybody talking stock, so I think what I'm going to do is now did it halt? Oh, it halted. See, I was looking maybe to short this. Well, you know what? Let's see how close it gets to the VWAP. Okay, William. So I'll leave it up to you. I'm going to take off now. It's about 2:05. So thanks for all the help all day long, guys. William is going to keep the room open for as long as you guys post stuff. Okay, and hopefully stock stuff. Okay. So he'll keep it open for at least 5 minutes, and if there's no postings, then he's going to shut it down. So for YouTubers, I will shut you guys down. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.